Welcome back, everybody, to Kingless Chronicle. Last time, the party found out who had brought the item of malicious intent into King's Landing. They found out that he was a Red Magus cultist. They booked him. Gildas got over his bum knee. He could have gone pro, but if not for his bum knee, but he didn't give a shit. So he charged in, hurting his knee anyway, and shoulder checked the man. Then he proceeded to just, flex on him,
It was a
Diablo's
bad hip.
#1!
It was a bad hip, not a bad knee.
Close enough.
How
Same
you
general
know?
vicinity. It's in the lower half of the body.
I'll show you lower half.
Then one of their new people that they met cast a cone of silence on the cultist, and then Templars busted in, FBI open up, and then turned the man to stone and took him away for questioning. Party then, basically a full expense paid for a very nice stay in a very nice hotel, in a very nice tavern for basically a week prepaid. So they don't have to worry about paying for a tavern, which is pretty expensive in King's Landing, and they just they just have some time to relax or get some stuff prepped for about a week before anything else can happen. So, picking up from that, as the party rested, each of your bedrooms was basically the size of the floor of the tavern that you were in before, so you just have like a large, basically, bedroom in this tavern. You have a walk-in shower area, It's not just like a bathtub or like a bucket or something like that. It's like a very nice. It's kind of thing that if Delon is a noble, you know that this is one of the better taverns in King's Landing. And that's each of your rooms are like this. So you just have lots of square feet. But as you rest for the evening, you just are able to relax and unwind, and as you wake up in the morning, you wake up as the sun shines, you hear some people milling about outside. Not super loud, just enough that it wakes those who are used to rising a little earlier up. When you head down into the main lobby, you see some nobles and some merchants milling about. You see the tavern keeper give you all a nod. You can see that Eleanor's already down here. So is Yorm. The Yorm looks a little groggy. Snacks is next to Yorm, and he's basically wide awake as ever. Snacks has somehow gotten himself a whole chicken, and he's just stabbing into it with his daggers and cutting off pieces and eating it right off the dagger. It is a cooked chicken, luckily.
I wanna catch some salmonella.
It's okay, he's a kobold, he's immune to that. Salmonella didn't exist in the Middle Ages. They ate raw chicken all the time.
Uh-huh. I'll say that.
Food poisoning is a modern convention. Just the water was unsafe to drink. That's all. That's why they drink all that booze. Morning, afternoon, and evening. Then like a little glass before bed.
Yeah.
But yeah, so as the party comes down from their rooms, you can see that Yorm and Snacks are there. Snacks just waves at you with one of his hands on holding a dagger. Hello! Food is very good right now. You should get some while you can.
Yeah.
Snacks made his way into the kitchen and just took a chicken off the table back there. He said it was okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, Gildas. You seem quite tired.
A little bit. Just not used to bed like that, I suppose.
It was quite nice, honestly. I haven't slept so well in quite a long time. Snacks slept on floor. He fell into poofy pillows and felt like he was going to drown. Snacks like floor better.
That's how it's supposed to feel.
Like drowning?
The warmth and protection. And you fall into the feeling, and then bam, you're asleep.
Snacks like hardwood floor feel like real stuff. Remind snacks of cave. Nice warm black rocks.
Well, I do wonder what they'll do to that mage now. I mean, interrogating, that's for sure, but... Let's see. Well, we'll probably hear about that soon enough.
What say you,
Delon.
Delon? What do you think they're getting up to with that man?
Delon actually thinks about it. Thinks about it for a little bit. Most likely, he's being tortured at the moment. At least interrogated at some point. Torture, perhaps. I never cared for it, but based on the procedure, I don't imagine the information would come willingly. Though I'm sure they have a zone of truth, something to magically impugn it before using such a barbaric method. But if it truly is a desperate affair, it has the occasion to arrive. After that, depending on how cooperative the individual becomes, depends on what the charge will be. He will be charged, of course, and then there will be a small trial. If it is a secretive requirement, then it will not be made public. It's not to instill certain panic. If it is cooperative, it will be open and it will become a public, semi-public affair. We'll try to do the best we can to rule and judge them fairly, and they will be tried for their crimes.
Well, given the kind of event we had to deal with, I doubt it will be public at all.
I don't think publics will be viewed in this manner. Too close to the chest, too worrying, and with the ball incoming, I think they'll keep the information to themselves. Not that I think that's the right thing. And speaking of that, I apologize for the last night's occasion. I had presumed it to be a more, less secretive affair, but when I saw the results of it, I had no choice but to participate in this program, as I had already promised Commander Wolfwood, I should say. I'm just glad it turned out to the way it did, but I could tell this was not the best situation for everyone to be in.
That wasn't. No. I wish I would have to do that sort of thing again, but it would be awfully optimistic of me. Oh well, in the end we still managed, so
Right, we did.
so I should complain.
Yorm gives you a nod. Don't worry about it, Delon. I had a grand time.
Alright.
Well, that's good for you, Yorm.
Yeah, of course, John. When you had free drinks, of course you would enjoy yourself.
Exactly. I kept my eyes open. I was ready to pounce at a moment's notice, but I had a grand old time.
Yes, there were some good things yesterday, and I think I've heard your ex-commander talking about us getting to see the head honcho of King's Landing at the moment. So,
Yes.
Prisia will be invited to the ball at some point.
Commander Darius at this time is now in third in command, commanding of the most military as it commands the Templars. As the current regent was the command of diplomacy and tactics, he's now taken a position. If Commander Wolfwood says that he will put in a good word for us, he will put in a good word. So, I'm sure that'd be something we'd be happy to bring up to him when we meet him. Should we meet him? Although I
Well,
rarely look forward to it.
given that, well, working with that assumption,
Hmm.
Eleanor, I have a request for you. Calling upon your potion making skills.
That's quite strange. You haven't usually requested this potion from me. But how may I help you, Gildas?
Well, you see, if Commander Wolfdom, puts in a good word and we're invited, well, I want to be all prim and proper for this. And, I can't hide that, I miss my, hair color. Gray's nice, but the novelty wore off. Yeah. I miss my black mane. So, I wanted to ask, is there a potion to regain your natural hair color?
Is there a potion to regain your natural hair color? Of course there is. That is one of the most simple requests that you could possibly ask of me. I could easily have that done in less than an hour. You said you had black hair? Do you remember the shade, perhaps? Do you have an image or something I can work off of? If not, you could be very descriptive, and I could get as close to the potion as possible. The more details, the better when working with something like this. Getting the wrong pigment could just send the wrong message.
Let me think about it. Hold on. Cause yeah, actually, Diana has some like set of paint stuff, doesn't he? To draw and all. Right, Dusk?
Hmm?
Dylan has some drawing stuff, right?
Yeah,
like
he
loose
does.
paint and all.
Yeah, he does.
Right. So I'll turn to Dylan and say, might I borrow your drawing kit for a moment?
Oh, by all means. He hands you his little booklet.
Thank you. Now, I'll just, take a few black Sharpies, like paint and all that, and make a nice black, that kind of, shines in the light. And I'll say, then I hand back the sheet over to Eleanor and say, this should be as close as it gets.
Eleanor nods. Yes, I can quite easily do that. See Eleanor actually reach into her pouch beside her, like a traveling bag. She reaches in, grabs a few herbal substances, some different things, or some of her potion making gear, and she will make a roll.
Alright, yeah, the license expired, so I can't guide it, sir.
Not unless you buy a license.
This is the unsanctioned use of magical energy.
Yeah,
It's okay,
well,
she got a
who needs law?
26.
Who
You see
needs
I kinda
Eleanor
wanna
whip
break
it
it
up
just
in
to
like
see what
5
will happen.
minutes.
Dang, 5 minutes.
She hands you one, and so she hands you a second one just for good measure. Hey, you are? Simple hair tonic is quite easy to make.
Thank you, but do I really need the second one?
Well, I made a little extra, so I figured we may as well.
Well, I'll be sure to use it in 20 years.
There you go, she says with a little like playful wink.
Well, actually, we're still eating breakfast, so okay, bottoms up. Let's go. That's what they're doing now.
Why not? Might as well.
Yeah,
Get that black mane.
exactly. Yeah, so He's drink the potion, eat breakfast. You see, as Gillis's hair changed from a graying hair, graying for a head full of gray hair. Say doo-doo old age. Well, it's not really doo-doo old age. It's like the whitish kind of gray. It's like from stress and all.
Right.
Like, just, visibly changed from the roots to the tips to like full black. Reflective. Almost like, say, ebony-like.
Yeah. Kind of like obsidian with a kind of like a nice
Yes.
shine to it.
Mm-hmm. That was back, say. Do any of you have a mirror? Well, but I assume the ladies do.
Eleanor will actually just extend a hand mirror.
Right. Just...
Snacks will hold
running
up a dagger. Is this similar?
It
course,
is
dude.
a work in a pinch.
Imagine, you have like the mirror like for the front, like the dagger for the side. There's like...
Yorm holds up, Yorm reaches into his pouch, and you just see him take out like a full like hand mirror, like the kind that you wouldn't expect Yorm to have, and he just like.
No, I fully
You gotta
expect
groom your
Yorm to have
beard,
something.
man.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yorm should have something like that.
Eleanor
Yeah,
actually
you said-
raises a brow. That's quite expensive looking. What? How do you expect me to groom my beard this well every morning?
Exactly, an expensive mirror for an expensive beard.
Exactly.
But yeah, I run like a hand through my hair, just like Marion and say, feels like I'm a year ago. But Bridget, I miss this. Well, you used to be a little bit shorter, but I don't dislike that either.
There you go.
Now, just need to use your little present, darling, and just trim it down a little bit, and I think I'll be good to go.
I think you will.
Eleanor gives you an appreciative nod. I think you look quite rather dashing.
Thank you.
Though I can't deny this has tickled an interest. So she looks in your direction, Delon. What color was your hair?
The one like pauses. Oh, you mean before I was Dragonborn?
Yes, I don't see any hair on you now.
Of course not. It's all scales and
Precisely.
horns.
What color was your hair, Delon?
Well, it was a nice bit of a brownish blonde, I'd say.
You see Eleanor kind of like nod to herself, as if that makes perfect sense. Yes, I can see it.
Rather different from your uncle, then.
Well, I was the third child, so now those and his strong King's Landing traits there were for my brothers and my sister, as it were.
Well, when we finally visit the Darlan estate, perhaps we'll see some family portrait. Be able to see you in your past splendor.
You actually see Eleanor give a big old smile, and she basically like grasps her hands together and like almost in like just excitement. Oh yes, that would be lovely. I'm sure that Delon's family has a family portrait with all of them.
There was, though I'll be quite young in the portrait.
It's alright, Darlan. We can then just compare our baby cells. I have mine in my house. I was only 9 on it, but
Is it above the
Ready to feel-
fireplace? Your family strikes me as the family portrait over the fireplace kind of people.
Yes, it is.
Eleanor just nods to herself with a smile.
Where else would it go?
Oh well, in my estate, we have it right over the entryway. You walk in, there it is. Though I
Well,
feel it's a little gaudy.
mine is not exactly over the fireplace. Well, the fireplace is to your right. The family portrait is to your left. It's on the way to the garden.
Oh, interesting.
Well, it's a garden, but it's really mostly the outdoor forge. Well, we'll see when we get there.
Yes, yes, we will.
Our family portraits are in the dining room, dotted along the walls. Sit at the table, family's dining with you.
Mm. Very respectable. Very old. Is it very old style? I know some nobles in King's Landing that do the same.
Oh yeah. Nobody would dare throw a fit at a dining table with all their ancestors looking over them. Be an absolute disgrace. Insult to the memory of those that are dining with you.
Go on, nods. Absolutely. No, I don't think that would do. If I may, this just reminds me to what happened to that poor chap last night. Stuck inside of a portrait, treated the way he was, having his identity stolen and all that.
Right rotten luck, that.
Aye.
There's
But-
only a handful of people that I know who dabble in the ideas of just transmuting something or someone into something. It's very niche.
Yes, I'm sure it is.
The last person I encountered who did it was actually a smuggler. They smuggled someone into the college by bringing them as a painting. The Blue Dragon was not pleased at all.
No, I don't think he would be. But
You know, starting to suspect the studio might have a lot of undesirables.
Undesirables.
No offense to your country, Eleanor, but all those red mages, robes, you know, in the streets, black market, that transmuter just bringing people into paintings and they give last to.
Unfortunately, that's kind of just what happens when you have a high concentration of magic users all in the same location. Not every magical caster, and not everyone is just moral, if you understand. Some get the ability to cast and weave spells to change the fabric of reality around them, and it goes straight to their head. They get an ego about it. They believe, well, why shouldn't I alter things to the way I see fit? Others see in the responsibility that comes with this magical ability. They understand just what you can do with it, and why you shouldn't use it all willy-nilly. Though it's also what happens when you have a lot of upper elites all in the same location. I believe it's more of a carryover from the High Elven City, and as well as some of the others who've come from other countries to ours.
that just brings up a precedence that I'm worried about. The fact that this abuse of power can be utilized at any moment makes it that much more difficult on our journey. I think there's only really one solution for this. I think knowing more about each other is something we should consider. We've already begun starts, but I think we should genuinely consider this. I don't want to think about what happening last night to any of you. And if we can avoid that, we can avoid such a thing, the more we know about each other, the more we notice things that are out of line, out of liar.
Right. I agree.
I think that's a marvelous idea.
Snacks doesn't have anything interesting to say, but if people are curious of Snacks, Snacks will inform.
Yeah,
Snacks, you're a monster hunter. You're already fascinating.
just as long as you have something to say.
Aye.
Snacks has lots to say.
Yes, I bet you do, you young squire.
Yorm, you see as he finishes by like knocking back an ale, kind of almost slams the tankard on the table, but nods while wiping his mouth with his forearm. Sure, why not? I've been getting to know all of you, but you really haven't been getting to know me much. May as well return the favor. It's only fair.
That's the spirit. I mean, we've already started the process anyhow. And I suppose to encourage this newfound principle, since we're in my homeland, I think it's more than high time that if you should, when the time occurs while we're here, that I may speak more about myself here, should you wish.
I would love to learn more about you, Delon.
You already bring it up, so may as well come clean. You don't simply say, yeah, well, if you want to hear about it, just ask. Well, you already brought it up.
Well, it's breakfast. This is hardly the time, and we have many things to do.
I
But-
got a week.
Aye. But
Look, I'm in favor with Delon on this one. It's breakfast. That's a light business, you see? You save a heavy business for luncheon or dinner. Dinner is a good time to talk about heavy topics. You're eating dense, rich meats, hearty brews, and just having a wonderful time. But it's a perfect time as well to bring up the heavy topics. Heavy food mirrors heavy topics. If you have light
Right.
topics, you have light food.
aye.
I suppose we can always talk about it later, then in the meantime find Tulio so that he may ravish us with stories of how his childhood and teenage years were awful
to-
and doom and gloom and never talk about anything else. Boy, do I love hearing about the same stories, just with a different spin.
So depressing.
Nothing interesting, just, oh, my childhood was bad. Woe is me. But not really.
Well, he doesn't really go woe is me, admittedly.
No, I know. It's just,
But I do understand what you mean. There's no way his early life was that bad, right? I don't know. Could be easily. I mean,
So,
what? You're noble. I'm a noble. Gildos is sorta a noble, but more of a craftsman.
I'm no noble. Well,
Sorta, kinda, not really. Snacks is a hunter. Tulio's just basically a kid from Bumfucksville. Could be, and from Nebulum of all places. So, I don't know. Very likely it's that bad.
Your
I'm willing to give him the
language.
benefit of the doubt. It's too early in the morning for good language, pup.
well, changing the topics though.
Hmm.
What will you all be doing this week?
Well, we just came from Nebulum. I made a promise to go to find the clerics and make a request of them. There's a few I know, and as I said to the priestess, I do have one final favor I can ask of them. Would really appreciate it if you came with me when that occurs, Gildas. That would be very helpful to have another cleric who can understand the plight. But if you don't, I understand. And as for another thing, I did also promise a red dragonborn to look up his name in the Bard College. So I think I'll be heading there, at least to start. The request for the church can come later. They're not in immediate danger, thank the gods.
Well, I don't have much planned, really. Mostly a talk with my lady, and then, well, I did get some allowance from my goblins, so I can spend some time shopping without feeling guilty taking money from the bank. Now,
Ah, the marketplace in King's Landing is one of the finest marketplaces in all Atlantic Queens. You have a marvelous time.
right. And then I think while I'm at it, I'll go and meet some old client who's been waiting for some iron. I think you remember him. We passed by him the
Yes.
last time
The-
we were there.
Yes, he loaned the same amount to my sister apparently when she was mending our walls. Yes, he's a very good merchant.
Right. I kind of felt bad, just lying to him about me not being me, but now that the jig is up, may as well.
Hmm.
And then, other than that, I think I'll, yes. Visit the bar college for maybe an afternoon, learn about the ice bleed. Then, when do you go to the church? Yes, do come find me. I'll gladly accompany you.
Thank you.
Eleanor nods. I think I am intending to go to the Bard College as well. I've only usually popped in briefly, but I would like to compare the differences between the Asterium College and the Bard College, as well as take a brief look around and just get a feel for the place. I don't really have any affairs to get up to in King's Landing. I haven't really brought enough gold for that.
The one kind of tilts his head when she says that, knowing full well it's like not brought enough money.
It is tempting to know what we can afford, considering we
Yes.
have like 30k gold.
Well, I mean,
Right.
I think not enough gold, but for us it's enough gold. But we're talking about Leno doing some shopping.
Oh,
Eleanor
right.
wants to go on a shopping spree, but she knows it
Right.
would break the bank, so she's
Actually,
not
yeah,
doing
I'll
it.
say.
You're a rich
Uh,
girl, rich
considering,
girl.
considering I've been like calling her out like on that, so it's like, well, I know we do have 30,000 gold in the bank, but I think considering how you were before, yes, I do think 30,000 is just not enough for you. Now, I don't know what you were hoping to purchase with more than that, but
Eleanor just gives you a sheepish little grin. I haven't been to King's Landing and truly shopped for quite some time. It's just something that I used to really enjoy doing when I would be allowed to be
what,
brought here
what are
by
you
mother
even
and father.
buying? Real estate?
Sometimes, other times we buy an establishment, other times we go in and we clean out an entire shop's worth of gowns and jewelry.
Ah, yeah, so you go shopping for buildings. My idea of shopping is maybe buy an instrument or two and nice jewel.
Yes, precisely.
Somebody's reconsidering his interest in her.
I
But
mean, it was never.
I will admit that we simply don't have it in the budget, so I will relent. I do not wish to make the expedition go into the red. That would be irresponsible. So I will just have a good time and investigate the Bard College instead. It is a bit of a shame, though. There was this lovely tavern that I wanted to buy last time I was here. But I don't
Full-on
believe I'll
raises
be
the
able to do
brow.
it this time.
Full-on raises the brow. Which tavern?
Oh, about of an older tavern, a little bit less shiny than it used to be, but it was a perfect business opportunity. You see, if Warren went to buy it and then renovate it, and then spend a little bit of extra coin to get some interest into it, well, you would have a stable business in King's Landing.
The line
She-
kind of puts his hand on his mouth as if in thought. He doesn't say anything else.
Snacks saw these people in the market square with dancing music and a ugly, stupid monkey. Snacks is better dancer than monkey. Snacks will show monkey how it's done.
If you're going to do that, Snacks, then find yourself a hat and place it on the ground.
Snacks has hat.
As he just points to his head, where he's got like the feather plumes on his head.
Make sure there's a bottom on that so you don't forget the coins when it's tossed inside.
And to go and ask Buff for some pointers. I think he's familiar with that.
Boss man, you good dancer?
Actually, yeah, you did roll a critical last time.
Oh.
You did. You actually went for money. I'm like, I'm just gonna
Yes.
dance.
I'm still not proficient in it.
No, but you got a critical. That's what was funny about it. You're like,
Yeah, like you did the same thing that I had. The
Oh,
Snacks
what?
was
So
going
Mom
to
just
do.
goes, what? Oh yeah, dancing. I can do that.
Boss man, you already know that monkeys bad dancers, kobolds good dancers.
Of course.
We should show monkeys that they stupid and belong in trees. So kobolds take up dancing instead.
Bub just looks confused. Okay.
Okay,
he's
Snacks, see you
like-
there later.
He's like, all right, well, I'm going to the Bard College because I need to meet the headmaster, who's a druid.
You just see Snacks like put his head, like his snout, like on top of the table.
Snacks doesn't want to study anymore.
We can learn how to dance instead.
Snacks knows how to dance. Snacks doesn't want to study.
But you have to study the dance.
No. Snacks feels it in his tail.
Go on,
You're
Move
gonna
it and
feel
move
the
it.
rhythm?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right, I'll be watching you.
Okay, boss man.
What about you, Yom?
I think I'm gonna make a few rounds around the place. See, there's a few people I used to know bumping about. If not, I might make my way somewhere. There's an old graveyard I want to go to.
Dolan nods at that. As you wish.
I'll be back here in the evening though. I won't be having as much fun as I usually do here though. It's King's Landing, and I don't think we could afford if I had as much fun as usual.
Yes, the fees for public intoxication can get quite high, especially if you cause damages.
Precisely. So no drinking in the midday for me, and then carrying on into the evening. Just drinking in the evening and having a nice stout in the morning.
Well, I'll add to my activities then. If any one of you needs me for something, well, you know how to find me.
Hi. And I think we have been gifted a few nights here. In the meantime, I'm quite sure Commander Wolfwood would want us in a location he knows where we can find us. So, until otherwise noted, I think this will be our location for a little while.
It will be base of operations.
For the time being, yes.
Excellent.
Excellent way of looking at it.
Snacks is looking forward to us sharpening our weapons and looking around for things to hunt.
Alright, we have to get you better armors and weapons somehow.
Yes,
Gotta get you
Snacks
nice and
must
strong.
defeat big monsters and consume them for strength.
Delon nods, patting his shoulder. Indubitably.
Indupa dupa dupa.
Alright, Guild, this is your world. Find freedom on this
Yeah.
canvas.
Yeah, after breakfast, I mentioned we just go on our ways.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I think I go back to my room for now. Then meditate to her realm, essentially. But GM is dead, so cannot do this at the time.
Alrighty. So you make your way into, you meditate, you go to your room to meditate, and you do find yourself slipping into Bridget's realm quite quickly.
Mhm. So bi-weekly visit. At this point.
More or less, yeah. As you arrive, you find that, the whole place is a lot brighter than it used to be. You can find that the flame and the pyre in the middle is very bright and is very vibrant. You don't see they're not partying as hard, but they are still partying. It is early in the morning after all. But you see some people immediately wave at you, Gildas, and you can see that some of the like artisans in her realm seem to be trying to touch up and paint her statue a little. They're adding some colors of like red and green here and there.
Oh, nice. Why they didn't have like paints before? Like, it's a mystery.
It was
It's like
basically a stone statue that looked lifelike, but not painted.
Yeah, no,
If
I
it was
know.
painted,
It's
it
just
had
like
long since faded.
he didn't have enough faith point for like paints.
Basically.
It's like, I got delivery. I was like, oh, finally after 2,000 years.
The paint has arrived. We need to touch that up for eons.
No, but
You see as
Yeah.
one of the craftsmen comes over to you, claps you on the shoulder, and just shoves like a light beer into your hands, and just nods and walks back over to working on something.
beer in the morning. Not exactly yakyo, you know. Thank you. The more I come, the livelier the place is. It's like I've been doing good. Right. The statue. Say hello.
Here comes the D100s.
Yeah, or they come. That maybe later, actually.
Nah, I rolled 1d100. Nothing
Already?
happened yet. Yep. Nothing happened yet.
Alright, yeah. I didn't scroll.
Alrighty. So as you approach
Yeah.
her statue, do you feel that a light kind of illuminates from the statue, and you feel feel her warmth. You are basked in her warmth.
Right, so I gently bow and say, "Good morning, my lady."
Good morning, my champion.
I see the place has become livelier again.
Yes. New patrons of Bridget have been cropping up here and there. Surprising
That's-
amount of them coming from the land of monsters.
Well, the tribe is growing, so too do the followers.
One of your followers is especially devout.
Oh,
Yes. I have deemed it wise to give him small gifts for his piety.
mhm. Then can scarcely wait to witness it. After all, if Well, my follower, well, one of our followers already had a boon. Not even a year after my mission.
He
Oh.
came to me with his heart open and his soul bare, eager and willing to learn. Much like another one that once came.
Yeah, I know she's talking about me because like it's not how it happened.
Hmm.
Well, I can always ask. Another one.
Yes. Your predecessor.
Oh. Well, actually, could you tell me about him?
Gladly. My previous champion was bright, exuberant. He sung and danced in almost every tavern. He would drink into the evening, play even later into the evening, and dance until morning. In combat, he inspired all of those around him. He had a ferocity that scared those that deemed to be foes. But among his allies, ever a confidant. Though do not mistake him for one such as one of your traveling companions. He was mischievous as any other, quite enjoying getting up to shenanigans. If memory serves, he sired many offspring in his time.
Well, given the description you've given to me, I'm not exactly surprised.
He was full of life.
Indeed he was. Well, besides, more descendants means more followers. So, can't exactly complain, can't you? But, speaking of singing and dancing, there has been a matter I've been wondering about for some time now. See, when you bestowed your heart on me, you told me that I'd have an easier time learning of an instrument. And, well, till now I've always pondered, well, what kind of instrument I should play. And I think I must start learning to play the fiddle. However, I don't exactly have anybody who can teach me. So I was wondering if you could point me to someone or something along those lines. Though that's such a trivial matter to ask a goddess, but I'm not even sure if I should ask you.
Nonsense, my champion. You wish to learn an instrument. This is very good. What is the champion of Bridget who cannot play an instrument after all? So I am more than happy to guide you in a direction that could aid you, as I approve this decision. And the fiddle is a wonderful instrument, with a large variety of playing styles. I can feel that you are within King's Landing. The Bard College has many individuals who would be more than eager to teach a champion of Bridget how to play an instrument. They might vie for your attention. Play the bagpipes, one might say. Play the fiddle, another. Play this lyre here instead. A champion learning to play an instrument has privileges.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was my intention to go to the Bard College on a unrelated matter, but as I do suppose I could always ask somebody there to teach me.
The Bard
Why didn't I
College is
think
filled with none but the greatest teachers that can teach and instruct any in the musical arts.
Now, why I didn't think about it, I don't know, but well. When your head is full of thought, you can blame
When your head is in
someone
the
for forgetting
clouds, you may
something.
not see the heavens.
Mm-hmm.
Be at ease, my champion. Once you have settled on an instrument, simply put it upon your hands and pay studious attention to the lessons. You will find yourself mastering it quite quickly, as if a prodigy.
And before you know it, I'll sing ballads about you.
I look forward to them.
Though, it's not exactly that which I came here for today. A more serious matter. So, from my bone position, I'll probably stand it again, but, this time I'll actually take a knee. I actually pay my full respect and say, my lady, I must truly thank you for intervening for Ophelia's sake.
You are quite welcome. I am not too certain how it will continue to go in the foreseeable future. It was quite a lot more difficult than I had anticipated. There was an impediment there that I had not expected.
There was? I mean, I think that maybe the place being a sanctuary for fast might means you'd have a harder time manifesting yourself, but can't be just that.
No, though Foss did pop in briefly to pay his regards. No, the impediment was a strange one. There was a spirit that wished to impede me at first, but then let me through. And then there was a benevolent aura, an evil entity that glared at me as I dared come near.
Who do you think they're related to?
None of the Pantheon, I believe. I think it is a foul and twisted creature. One who has been tainted and corrupted. Somehow. This corruption and taint has twisted it into a creature nearly unrecognizable from its true self.
But to challenge even the divine, that's not just a simple twisted.
No. But I am weakened. And even if I am divine, a weakened divine is weakened. However, I did push past him with not as much difficulty. However, it was an impediment that I was forced to take note of.
Well, should it happen again, I'll try pay more attention to, well, my surroundings. Perhaps I'd be able to actually help you in those times.
Perhaps. But it was a success nonetheless. Whatever that entity was, it did not appreciate my presence. But it is not the first time I've felt it. The gaze I felt at that temple, that chamber, when you called for my aid in your time of strife.
Alright, the Black Dragon.
I suspect it is the very same.
Yeah, keep that in mind. And yeah, well, while we're talking about your powers, what you can do, what happened, this is something I wanted to know, as it might just be possible, well, eventually for me. And considering the people in your realm, well, my lady, how does resurrection work?
She thinks for a moment. Resurrection is the returning of a soul to the body. However, once the soul has been retrieved, it usually returns to a divine realm. If it has not found itself within a divine realm, it wanders. Wandering souls usually turn into ghosts or fiends of some sort that wander the land, filled with regrets and remorse. However, most souls do not suffer such a poor, untimely fate. Most souls return to a divine realm. The longer a soul has been within a divine realm, the harder it is to retrieve it from said place. This is why only clerics and paladins of the highest order are capable of reviving one from death. The longer one has been dead, the less likely it is to succeed. And occasionally, there can be a lingering sickness of sorts, a weakening, a fatigue from the process. One who is incredibly powerful, if brought back, might come back weakened and sluggish. It is not a simple task, and it is quite taxing on both the mind, spirit, body, and soul. It should never be attempted lightly. And with each repeat success of the revival, the odds of it continuing in the future to succeed grow ever slimmer.
But as we retrieve the soul from one of the gods' realm, whether it be yours or somebody else's, surely you must have a say in it, right?
We usually do.
Right. It's not just that I need to cast a spell on somebody and then they're brought back. I mean, it's an ordeal already, but yes, I do suppose you have the final say.
If you were to resuscitate a member of Bridget,
it would be a lot easier for you to succeed, as I would be more inclined to agree to it, as well as the transference from one plane to another would be quite simple. But if you were to bring a member of, say, Sylviana would be less inclined to assist you in it. And if the god or goddess does not assist, you are essentially carrying the weight yourself. And sometimes, if the process fails, you create a wandering soul. You rip them from their peace, their tranquility, and you've left them wandering.
And is there a limit to the age of the soul?
In theory, no, but in practice, the older the soul, the less likely it is to work. If, say, someone were to have died just a few moments ago, say an hour ago, resuscitating them is perhaps possible. It would still be taxing and difficult, but it could be done. If one died a year ago, even less likely, and likely even more taxing. They died a decade ago. It is all but impossible, unless done by an especially powerful priest or bishop. If they've died 50 years ago, most would never even attempt it. 100. Again, most would not attempt it. At that point, the only remaining members who would be followers of Faust who specialize in these sorts of things. Though they tend to believe that once one dies, they should stay dead. But on rare occasions, they have been known to perform favors for other deities. Past the 100-year mark, it becomes near impossible. If you reach 1,000 years, it is impossible.
Well then,
Not
let's
without
take a spin.
disastrous consequences, anyways.
Then I'd like to ask about a special case we have. Say your soul was already brought back somehow, unwillingly as it may be. But the unwilling soul has been thinking about coming back for real, and may already have a body. How would it work? I mean, would it be possible to resurrect them again in a more, should I say, not more, but less twisted way?
You speak of your traveling companion.
And who else?
You feel a silence in the room for some time before she slowly speaks again.
In her case, it is possible to bring one back. She has already been brought back in a halfway. But that is one of those nefarious means that I briefly mentioned before. They brought her back uncaring of what might be lost. From what I have gathered, she was a shell of herself and ultimately remains this. To bring her back fully would be to restore her to her other self, to fill the shell with what is missing. Once that is done, you would need the permission of Io herself. Once that is done, you would need to perform a precise ritual and fill her body with divine energy. Only by filling her with divine energy could you return life to what has been taken.
But it's possible. And quite honestly, my lady, that's all I need to know.
I wish you luck in your endeavor then. It will be a long, arduous road for you and her as well.
Well, of course, it's only if she's willing. And really, I was through my questions trying to get the answer she couldn't get in the. Hold on, what's the name again?
Hemlock Hut?
Yes, the Hemlock Estate.
I see. When you walked into this place, I lost sight of you. Something had shrouded you from me.
I did not know that. Well, thankfully, it was only a brief visit. And really, as we left, we started to overstay our welcomes.
There are things in the world that meddle and interfere with even divines such as myself.
I see.
They should always be treated with the utmost caution.
Actually, how would I know if I was in such a place? I mean, after all, one of my spellcasting is tied to you. Then, if I lost connection, then theoretically it would mean I would not be able to cast anything, correct?
In the worst case scenario, yes. But in the case of this place you mentioned, you were shrouded from me. I knew you were there, but I could not tell what was happening, or where you had gone in that location. It was as if somebody had pulled the wall over my eyes. As if you had walked behind a curtain that I was not allowed to peek through.
Actually, I may have an idea. Hold out the Outer Bridget. I'll say, if I entered such a place again, would you be able to hit this up as a warning?
Yes, I believe I can easily do so.
And if that ever happen again, I'll pay attention to my chest. If I ever feel this burning me, I'll know that we need to be careful, at the very least.
You feel like the magical energy behind her statue gives a nod, and you can't help but feel like her attention is split for a moment before it seems to focus back on you.
It seems that the one that I have trapped is proving quite indignant of it. The location that I told you to travel to next. One wandered within, without my permission, and I have trapped him within it. I wish to inform you of this.
Right. Well, my lady, I knew already, actually. I was given some information yesterday from Tiamat's own champion, to be exact.
Oh, I see. It is good for him to have assisted us, then, even if slightly. I will send thanks to Tiamat when I can.
I'll be sending her my thanks as well. should I come across one of the temples. But yes, the person you have trapped may have been someone we've encountered before already.
I see.
It is, after all, talked about in Necromancer, old teacher from the Necromancy class, and really only one name came to mind. And that is the name of, well, the orc whom I stole goblins from, and created a new following for you.
I see.
So,
Then it is coming full circle then.
right, suppose wanting to take revenge on me, he tried to desecrate your temple, trying to bring me out as well.
No doubt
And
he's quite furious that he's now stuck in the very place he so desired to defame.
well, he'll get what's coming for him, and hopefully I can restore the temple to what it once was.
I have great
That
faith in you,
reminds
my
me.
champion.
I know there were some raised knights and followers in the temple. Is there? Well, I'm not too familiar with Glucaster's temple. Is there a specific smell that would remind them of you or your temples?
Hmm.
I could, you know, alert them of my presence, but remind them that I am with you, that attacking me or my companions might means, going against you. After all, undead as they may be, I doubt their faith has waned at all. Or at least I would hope so.
Within Gloucester, I recommend finding a hickory tree. Cut it down and take the wood with you. If you wish to burn and find a smoke, burn the hickory smoke. Hickory smoke was used to create woods for festivals a very long time ago. There is something that can call to them. It would be that very specific smoke, that smell, that reminds them of the barbecues. Of more pleasant times.
Then I shall ask Lord Manenborn about that. If, with any luck, I have some on his lands. But thank
I've
you.
also stationed one of my few clerics of Bridget. Though elderly, he watches over the barrier.
And I'll be sure to find him.
He is to not let none but members of Bridget's faith go through.
So that means eventually only me may be able to pass. Well, unless my petty members are hiding some faith from me, but I doubt it. I've known of otherwise. But
You brought your friends and companions in for the last trial. You are more than welcome to bring them this time.
I mean, of course. But really, I have to thank you once again for your wisdom today.
You are quite welcome, my champion. Continue to spread the faith of Bridget, and to act in ways that I approve of. Simply acting and continuing the way you do has spread my name around again. Some have begun to utter it under their breath. Some have recalled it fondly of times long ago. Even just saying the symbol can remind those that I am here.
Then, as I keep coming to the realm, as it changes every time, I do hope I'll get to see you in the flesh eventually.
Perhaps one day I will be able to materialize again.
Until then, I keep working hard, as I've done.
You feel her nod in your direction.
I was like, yeah, that's essentially like you for going. So ask all of them need to ask. Said everything to say.
Alright.
Although I didn't get you rolled wrong, so I didn't get to see.
It's okay, just come
What I
back
want to
next
see.
week. Just pop
I mean,
in,
I can-
see the demon hunter old leave.
I'm just getting my metaphorical drink. See you next week.
Having some
Nah.
Bridget's sacred wine, it's okay. Gotta restore my faith points. My mana bar is a little low.
That's not how to run a cleric.
It is probably if you're watching a Japanese anime or game. You know how they love their clerics.
Well,
Church
there's a
is
difference
evil,
between-
Evan.
There's a difference between a cleric and a healer. Oh, well, let me find that meme. But basically, like, it didn't used to be that way in like the 80s. I found it.
You imagine playing a life cleric, right?
They're overrated.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, Link literally has a cross on his shield. And I think one of the items is called like the Bible in one of the games.
Yeah, actually, one of the the books of Mara and the book of whatever is basically a religious text
Yep.
in a Wars Against Evil. Yeah, there was a lot of religion in early Zelda.
I mean,
That slowly was
Castlevania,
removed.
the fire bomb used to be called the Holy Water. The boomerang was called the Silver Cross.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's just so much religious
or the
iconography
Rosary,
in that
depending
stuff.
on your translation.
Yeah.
I gotta say, yeah, like I could always just like come back and like actually practice the fiddle there. You know, like have an audience without like making an ass of myself like in the real world.
Where's the fun of that?
Look, man, I'm Ronaldo. Don't wanna.
No, dude, I don't wanna.
But yeah, that's essentially it for the clerical stuff.
Alrighty.
So,
So you awaken,
next-
back in your room. And as you begin to go about what you intend to do in the, I believe, the afternoon, I will move over to Delon, Eleanor, and Bub.
Okay.
Okay.
Meanwhile, in the Happy Gang.
Meanwhile,
Team
with the Three
Team
Stooges-
Smiles.
Meanwhile, the Three
That's
Stooges.
right, let's go. The better team is Team Smiles. Change
Team
my
Smiles versus Frown Town.
mind.
Brown
Team
Town.
Frown Town.
Brown Town is adjacent to Brown Town.
Yeah. My
They're neighbors.
one
They're
of
neighbors.
one of our friends was he was watching another friend play Final Fantasy 13. He's like, "Oh, why do you have Team Frown Town? You could have Team Smiles." And all the portraits, all the like one gang he had was like they were all like sad and frowning, and the other was like Vanille, Sans,
Yeah, FF13.
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 Team Smiles,
That's
Team
funny.
Frown Town.
Let's see here. So, as you all leave the tavern and make your way out, You begin walking in the streets of King's Landing. You see that there's some hubbub, some hustling and bustling. People seem to be kind of like bustling around excitedly. As you're walking around, you could just hear some people in the square like mumbling about the ball. The ball is coming again. Oh, really? Finally? Oh, yes, I heard it. I heard it this morning.
How?
You hear a few people basically say something like, "Oh, it's about damn time," you know. You hear like one merchant, like a blacksmith-looking dude, just kind of grumble to himself about time those damn nobles finally just quit arguing amongst themselves and put it away for the greater good.
I'm out here to make money. God dang it.
But everyone seems to be quite excited about it. King's Landing Ball doesn't happen all the time, especially one where all the lords become in attendance. So now that it's basically back on track, and there's been basically an announcement that it's been back on track, everyone's quite excited. Delon, as you're walking the streets with the party, you actually see that in the main square, because there is like a main square where King's Landing's officials post public posts essentially to keep the news. It's actually like a morning routine in King's Landing to visit the message board every morning to see what's there, you know, because that's where they post everything for everyone to see.
Right.
You actually see that there's a post that was applied seemingly this morning at some point, that just says the King's Landing Ball will be happening at the end of the week. There's of course like some hubbub about like after intense negotiations with the lords, we have finally managed to settle on an arrangement of time, place, food, and lodgings and all of that. So it will be beginning at the end of the week, kind of a thing. Hubbub is Bub's grandfather.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, sorry about that. Somebody did something at my window. I'm like, what?
That's hilarious. Just the idea that Bub's grandfather is called Hubbub.
Just wait till I start naming kobolds. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Your name is Cornelius.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
You're gonna be my general. Then Bub takes Cornelius to the underground kobold fighting pits to level up his stats, and Cornelius dies because he gets crit by the enemy kobold.
No, Cornelius 2. Cornelius the 5th, get in there.
One of these Pokemon will win.
Basically. What am I gonna do? Oh, I've just been throwing them away.
That's some of the funniest stuff I've ever seen on the internet.
You can heal them? I've just been throwing them away.
I must have laughed for like 10 minutes. I couldn't breathe.
Bub would be the worst Pokemon trainer.
Gotta reuse these Pokeballs.
Release! There we go.
Don't tempt me. So.
Yeah. Delon sees the sign and he goes, back on track finally. I think then we should make the occasion. Hopefully we'll be able to meet the regent and he'll approve of it. We need to look our best if we're going to go to the ball.
You see Eleanor nod at that? Oh, absolutely. But I wouldn't worry about that, Delon. I have a few favors I can call on. I think I actually have a few dresses in storage in a few places around here.
Wonderful. Although for mine, I have to get it a bit more custom made. I'll have maybe one of them tailors one of the ones you gave me, but I have some prerequisites. The King's Landing Bowl isn't exactly like any bowl you may have been to before. It requires a bit more finesse, a bit more articulation.
I've never been, but I have seen them before. Been told about them explicitly.
I attended the ball for just a brief time once, and only once when I was under my knight's tutelage.
It's quite marvelous. I've been in sitting rooms looking in, but I've never been allowed to truly partake. I wasn't old enough, you see.
Aye, similarly, I was only there just because my master felt it was best that I see it briefly. But he was too swamped with people of interest, or as he called them, old crones, talking to him and asking him questions. He was a very popular man, even until his until he finally passed away.
My condolences.
Thank
Father
you.
was quite similar, quite accosted by other nobility. He wanted me to see what true nobility looks like.
I do miss him, though. There was always something about him that always transfixed and mystified me. He had this air of grace and civility. He was very particular on his trainings and stance and movements. There was a reason why he was so well liked and respected. And though he was acquisitioned many times, he didn't take many pupils.
Does he have a statue in the Hall of Heroes?
Last I recall, some years ago, they were heavily debating placing him in there. At least at some lights, he's one of our regarded. I know one of his sons was very adamant about getting him in the Hall of Heroes, but I haven't spoken to my master's family in some time.
Well, from what I've heard of the Hall of Heroes and read about it, it takes quite some time before they settle not just on whether one can, but the statue design, who's gonna make the statue, where it shall be placed, how large
Exactly.
it shall be, how small, what
Aye.
kind of stone it'll be made of, how it's going to be painted, if it's going to be painted at all. It seems like they put an awful lot of thought into it.
Well, you're consecrating an individual to the Hall of Greatness. You have to be extremely well thought out. Just to have his name mentioned and be placing it is a great honor. Although, if I'm being honest, he would have called it Old Boulder Dash. Delon puffs out his chest a bit and walks in a more rigid stance, as if emulating someone. Doing right is not something you do because you wish to be acclaimed for. Getting an award for doing something means you're taking advantage of someone else. The rightness to do one's aspect is paramount. The cost is always difficult, and it's never to begin given unless it means something. Getting a trophy for it doesn't mean you've succeeded, only that you've been recognized. Don't let it get to your head. Something like that.
I can see you studying under someone like that.
Aye. He was a great master. I'm only fortunate that he was able to see me become a knight in full standing before he soon passed away after. Never got to see my training as a Templar, but he told me he was proud of me, and that's what matters. But we should be getting to the Bard's College soon. What do you intend on researching?
I'm intending to look into enchanting a bit, though I don't think I'm really gonna have a knack for it.
Truly.
Yes, you see, enchanting is a little more complex than pure alchemy. You're imbuing magic into an item, but not replacing a previous level of quality, if that makes sense. Not all items are susceptible to being imbued, and many a time an imbuing is temporary. Let's say if you were to imbue a radiant aura to a weapon, it may wear off after a handful of strikes. Many spells just give an item the ability to do additional types of damage, ignite it in fire, encase it in a cold flame, which freezes things it hits, stuff like that. But
Nice.
enchanting could be making a sword, or Gildas' flame spear. I've had my eye on it a little bit. It's very good quality. But the flame spear, that's enchanted.
Ah, so that's what keeps its fire.
Yes, indefinitely.
As she briefly draws the scimitar of lighting, and you see it
Mhm.
kind of illuminate.
This is a simple enchantment. Very simple, very minor. It's just the light spell enchanted upon the blade. Should I draw the blade, it illuminates.
You see her resheath it.
She probably doesn't notice this, but you see Delon casually. He sees him wave his hand, and I no doubt there were probably guards that saw her draw the blade, and Delon's just like, it's fine.
Some people
drew it back
gave
in.
like a bit of an eye, but because you're kind of all like, there's like a lot of armed people in King's Landing. No, people were kind of like, they gave it a look for a moment when she resheathed it. They're like, that's fine. It's just one of those adventures again.
Mm-hmm.
King's Landing Templars though do have their eye on you.
Yeah, no doubt.
They have their eyes on anyone that has gear, essentially, no matter what.
As they should. And Bub, you want to meet the headmaster, yes?
Yeah. I need to talk to him because he is a powerful druid.
Aye. From what I've heard from my brother, he is.
He
I
has
suppose
to
I'll be
know what's going to happen.
Mm,
And maybe we can figure something out.
I hope so. For all our sakes. Let me know when we reach the Bard
Yep.
College.
But college. Gotta get you a squire.
So you begin heading towards the Bard College. You do actually begin to make your way there. King's Landing is very grand, very large, so it does take you a little bit to get there. Delon, you can't help but know in the back of your head that you're taking the scenic route because you can't help it.
This is home.
The little nostalgia making you take the long way there. So you continue on the way, and as you begin to arrive, you do actually hear music playing. Let's see, where's the right one? Which one is this? You can hear all sorts of music just coming from over the very high wall. As you begin to get closer, you can see a very large brick wall surrounding several towers and tall buildings. The wall makes a circle around it, and you can see a very tall metal gate with Templars standing outside of it, and the gate is open at the moment, and you can hear the music just pouring out from behind the wall. But as you approach the gate, the Templars actually, they both kind of stand shoulder to shoulder to block the entrance. State your business.
We had to see, we wish to join to the Bard College. We used to seek audience with the headmaster here.
Do you have a recommendation?
Let's see. Delon takes out his noble paperwork.
They take your noble paperwork from you for a moment. You see one of the Templars, he looks up from the paperwork, and you can't see his face, Lon, but you do swear you're feeling a glare in your direction. He does slowly give it back to you, though. So you still feel the glare in your direction. Stay out of trouble. Your brother has been known to sneak out of the walls when he was here. Don't need another troublemaker getting into things they shouldn't.
Will do. Thank you.
The Templar who you feel is glaring at you nods. The other one nods back, and he speaks for both of them. You're very welcome, citizen. Please enjoy the Bard College. Stay out of trouble.
Yes, sir.
You see as Eleanor kind of, she's staying fairly close to you, Delon, as when you go into the walls proper, you see her kind of like quickly speed walking like near you into the Bard College.
Mm-hmm.
Are they always like that? Yes. You hear from behind the wall.
Legend.
The line gives like a soft smile. Oh, don't. He's like, oh, don't. He's like, oh, don't pay no mind. He's always had a stick up. He's like farther than he could. He's like, he's always had a stick up there.
You actually
you
don't hear a
mind?
response back. But you do see a knight walk by you. He gives you a nod, but he looks in Eleanor's direction. Don't mind Delon here. Delon should know better than most about sticks in places where they don't belong. And he just continues walking. Good heavens. You know he's one of the fellow Templars who kind of dropped out of the program.
Mm-hmm.
You recognize his face.
Delon gives a soft chuckle. Delon just pays no heed to any of it. He's just smiling regardless. Amused by the whole situation.
As you're walking around the college, you can see that there's lots of different buildings here. They all have symbols above the doorways. One has like has several musical instruments, which you assume is where they go to study music. You see one has several books and different scrolls and tomes above the doorway, carved into the basically the door frame. You know that would have been like the library and study hall. You see one with a fork, knife, and like a plate, so you know that's like the lunch area. You can see one with a bed over it, which you know is like the lodging area. And you see one with a pointy wizard's hat, which you know to be the headmaster's area.
Let's see. So that's the dining hall, this area here. Pointing hat. This should be where the headmaster is. We'll just follow this, we'll get there in no time. Did you know the Bard College didn't originally have walls?
It didn't.
No. Originally it was open, an open canvas. This building here was open. Great green pastures, and the music would play. Well, according to my brother, it was for some time until more and more people would wander in onto the grounds just to listen to the music, and it kept interrupting so many playing sessions that it was the young students themselves who requested that the college erect the wall just so they could study in peace.
I can relate to that. It can be quite hard to study and get things done efficiently if you're constantly being interrupted. Even if somebody praising your skills is nice, it's just distracting.
Shouldn't interrupt the man on the job.
That's what I believe they felt. But that's why there's walls. Other than that, this place has been one of the least tempered with buildings since it's been erected. They've expanded here and there, but it's been its original design for some time.
Marvelous. It's quite well made, quite beautiful, more rustic than outside, however.
The outside areas are where what was expanded on. Once we head inwards, I think you'll see the architecture inside will be much more foundational, strong.
Well then, lead the way, Delon.
Gladly.
As you begin heading further in, you pass by a fountain which has what you know to be a bard of importance. You know that he has a statue in the Hall of Heroes. The fountain is basically it plays out of his horn. The water sprays out of his horn, falls into the fountain around it, and he's just at the centerpiece of it. As you're wandering around, you hear something from like a little bit of a ways, and you didn't hear someone running in your direction. You hear, "Blimey!" followed by someone just sprinting over to you. Are you a real Dragonborn?
Delon glances in that direction. I am.
So you look in the direction, and then you have to kind of tilt your head down. Standing in front of you is a rather pretty girl,
British moment.
but she's rather short. You notice she's not wearing shoes, and she has an instrument in one hand, which seems to be some form of a stringed instrument, and she has a shield on her back and a dull blade on her hip.
Hello?
Would you get a look at ya? Oh my goodness. I really should have specialized in painting.
Delon tilts his head. What was that? And, pardon me, and you are?
Oh,
Miss
where are me manners? Talina Mirkworld.
Lena Markworld. Pleasure. I am
I
Delon
highly doubt
Insidious.
you've heard of me just yet. But don't worry, in a few years, maybe a decade, you will.
I have no doubt. And where are my manners? I am Delon Atsilius Gillime, and these are my two counterparts. This is Lady Eleanor
Hello.
and Sir Bob.
Oh, is this your pet kobold? He's simply adorable.
Bub is not a pet. Bub is the emissary to the blue dragon.
Oh, I'm ever so sorry. Here, do you want a cookie? I baked them this morning.
Cookie?
You see her just reach into her pouch, and she just has like a pouch on her hips with some cookies in it.
Yeah, I just instantly lose all dignity.
She gives you a chocolate chip cookie.
Chocolate chip.
Dang it. The halfling defense is super effective.
They're still
Normally, I
warm,
don't like.
actually.
Normally, I don't like things that are the same size as me, like goblins.
I
and
was
other things.
considering that, but I'm like, nah, Bub probably wouldn't be. As funny as that is.
No.
Alright, so I'm eating.
She turns like and looks back to you, Delon.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Just absolutely shining. Have you thought to pose for a portrait at the Bard Cup? We do portraits for free.
Ah.
No doubt, I
As-
think you'd be an excellent model.
Thank you. But unfortunately, we have business at the moment. Sir Bob and I, and Lady Eleanor, must see the headmaster.
Oh, yes. It's very wise not to keep him waiting, then. I should know that better than most. He's right that way.
And you see her like point in the direction.
Mhm.
But briefly before, you said your name was Delon?
Yes. Sir Delonacilius Guillemay.
You see her take a
House
quill
Guillemay.
out and dab it in some ink before
Mhm.
writing your name down in like a small little pocket journal. Guillemay. Got it. And do you, Lady Eleanor, have a surname? I prefer to keep it to myself, thank you. Oh, of course. And, Sir Bub, do you have a surname?
Bub is Bub.
It's Bob Blue Dragon.
You see her nod, and she writes down, Bub, strange surname. Perhaps it's a kobold naming scheme.
No, Bub is Bub. There is only Bub.
Bub, middle name is Bub. Got it.
Delon
You're killing me, Marshall.
Delon chuckles and says, No, my friend. Bob, he has no surname. It's just one name, Bob.
Oh, okay. You see her strike through like the other ones that just write Bub.
Yeah, so now I just bite into a cookie suspiciously.
I hope you enjoy them. Here, have another.
Yeah, so instantly the suspicion lifts. It's gonna have me trained in no time. As I just ditch the party for this chick.
Bob, there are cookies. Guys, it was nice.
It's nice knowing you. Good luck saving the world with everything.
It's one weakness. I will fight the evil dragon. I will stop the blight.
Ooh, cookies!
Ooh, piece of candy.
But alrighty, so you see her nod at you. She closes her
Mhm.
book, gives a little twirl and a bow. Nice to meet you. I really shouldn't hold you up though. If you're interested in the performance, or perhaps hearing a regale of a storied tale, I study over there. You see her point to one of the buildings that has a sword and a shield on it. Toodles! See her basically sprint off in that direction.
She's bounds full of energy.
A kick in her step and a spark in her eye. I like it.
Yes. You'll find lots of bonds similar, with excess amount of, what's the term? Of joie de vivre. Sure, Rem's just that's terrible.
Eleanor just tilts her head at that. Yes.
How would you pronounce it, Rem?
Joie de vivre.
It's joie de vivre? That's what I thought, but then somebody corrected me.
Yeah.
I guess
They corrected you wrongly, apparently.
I guess they corrected me.
Sadly.
Joie de vivre.
It was probably a what are they called? That place in Canada.
Quebec.
It was probably Quebecian.
All right, everyone. It's joie de vivre. My bad.
Then again, you don't have to go to Quebec. It's just go and talk to those Acadians. Or just north of the U.S., south of Canada. Those people we don't talk about because they were just weird.
But alrighty, I take it the party continues heading for the area with the headmaster.
Yes, I'm sure.
Alrighty. As you continue on that way, as you arrive, you find that there is a front desk with a... Give me one moment. It has a Warforged standing in front of it. gives you a nod, and you see it tap with one of its big metal fingers a registry.
Pardon me, my good man, but we wish to speak to the headmaster of the college.
Please sign.
Thank you.
Must I sign as well? Yes. Okay then. Bub? You see Eleanor hand you a quill, Bub?
Ooh. Okay, I'll take it.
Like, alright.
But just imagine Bub puts his kobold hand in the ink and smacks his hand down.
No, he just puts a big X.
Puts an X for
for I don't know how to read or write.
No, I'm not playing a barbarian.
Then he just stab it through the paper.
Bub knows many things, so he knows how to write.
Yeah.
Perhaps he's not registering, he's playing bingo.
That's pretty funny.
Alright, Bub, I take it you sign your name?
Yep.
You see the Warforged nod, and you see him turn around, grab a piece of paper from a stack, and hand it to you. It has a number on it.
Seems we'll be waiting for a little while.
You can see that on the Warforged's chest it says now there's like a rotary system that just says now serving like 135, and then the thing you have says 193.
It'll be some time. In that case, we might as well get some studying while we're at it.
Okey-dokey.
Sounds good to me.
We'll check on it a little later. So let's see. We wanted to learn. Bob, I believe there should be a foremost section on druidic knowledge here. Is that something you'd like to study?
Dun, 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 dun. I'm gonna go in that direction instantly.
Okay. And he's and Dylan goes, and he's off.
Off to the druid races.
Well then, I think since the archives are here as well, I think I'll find a section on enchantment, and we can reconvene in a few.
Well, since the two subjects I was going to ask to learn about may or may not be here, I might as well tag along. I was curious about the whole enchantment process as well.
Alrighty then. Right this way then.
Yeah, I mouth like the information he actually needs to know for the human and elf war. Get more information and about the Red Dragonborn's going to take the headmaster's permission to get into those archives.
The human and elven war is publicly available, but the
Okay.
information on the Red Dragonborn would likely need a request of basically can I see the backlog of the registry kind of a thing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, if she's already going to be studying it, I might as well study it as well.
Sounds
First
good.
stone.
So you see as Eleanor begins looking around, she seems to tap her finger on her chin a few times as she looks at some of the titles of the books before settling on one, and she takes it off the shelf delicately and finds a table to sit down to read. Let's see here. Eleanor is going to make an Arcana roll. Not the best roll, even with a really good modifier.
Should I roll as well if I'm studying it?
Yeah, may as well.
Would you prefer I not?
No, I was considering whether I should give Eleanor advantage, but it's just a 14 if you did that, so just go ahead and roll. You might get a better roll than her.
20.
There you go, 20. So as you begin reading on enchantment, you find that it is a very advanced theorem.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, Eleanor was right. It is akin to alchemy, but it's different as well.
Mm-hmm.
What sorts of information would you like to try to learn about enchantment?
How do I make it?
How do you make an enchantment?
Yeah. Practical, like the one's going all in. He doesn't care. History of Arcana, that's neat and all. I actually want to actually use it, or at least what's the practicality? I want to help make. We need to make holy weapons now, basically, and I need to help Gildas and his stuff. I need to know the theorems, and the actual practicality, and how do you make enchantments.
Alrighty.
If I have Sorcerer's Blood, I might as well utilize it.
So as you begin to look at how to actually use an enchantment, you end up, or how to make one, you do find that Eleanor seems to be scratching her head at it, but she does seem to be getting the basics of it. Together, you both basically find the pages and back and forth, kind of bounce ideas of the interpretations of it off each other before settling on one. Eventually, you find that essentially enchantment is putting a actual spell or some magic spell like ability or affinity and putting it into the very material of the item itself. Eleanor, while you're discussing it, has you take out the gemstone that she bought for you. And she gestures to that. This is an enchanted gemstone.
Alright, with chill touch and all that.
This has several spells that you have access to within it. It's more than just a magic crystal. This is an enchanted item. It's when you enchanted this item that anyone who has it could cast these spells, but they have a limited pool and it needs to recharge.
This is just a more advanced version then of what before we even met you. There was these gems, these very simple gems that have at least one or two spells of magic missile imbued into it. And
Similar to those, yes. Those are very expensive but more easily usable gemstones. But they are incredibly simplistic versions of this idea. But even making those is not only expensive, but could be disastrous if done wrong. Right here, it says that enchantments, if done wrong, could cause a magical backlash which could destroy an entire workshop.
Fascinating.
Seems the more powerful the spell or spell-like ability you wish to put into an item, the less different kinds of magic you can put into it, as well as the more requirements are set for who can use it.
Let's see. Then what would you suggest one do as a practice? Let's see.
It seems to imply here that the best method to enchant an item is during its crafting process. Say a sword, if I'm reading this right, if you were to make a blade while the metal is still hot and while it's forging into its very form, you'd have a spellcaster who would weave the magic into the item while it's being forged. That is the most efficient method, though it's not impossible to apply an enchantment to an already made item. Though the quality and the complexity of the enchantment is directly correlated to the quality of the item. So a crude blade could not necessarily be enchanted, but a well-made blade could be enchanted, whereas a beautifully, masterfully crafted blade could easily be enchanted.
The conditions of the weapon then allow the enchantment to be imbued upon it. I see. I assume it's also the same with armor.
Yes. If I'm reading this theory right, yes, it would apply to any item of almost any quality you'd want to enchant. the quality would be paragon.
I see. Well, then let's give it a test. Delon actually pulls out one of his knives. Say we're going to beam something into this.
Hmm.
It's not the best quality, but it's not prude either.
Should we do so in the archive? It says here magical backlash, which can destroy a workshop.
I suppose you're right. Yes, we should probably move a little bit outside of here. Retain one of the books just in case.
Alrighty
Just in case
then.
I make a mistake.
You see Eleanor pick up the book. She walks over to the front desk. She writes her name next to a book, and which is the title of the book that you have, and she begins heading out into the courtyard somewhere.
Okay.
Seems that King's Landing's registry system is the exact same as College of Asterium's. No doubt the Blue Dragon lifted it directly.
Exactly. You'll find a lot of things were taken from King's Landing, but we don't mind. Sharing knowledge and sharing the ability to do what's right. Well, the more the merrier.
That I can agree with.
Now, stand a bit back. I don't want any issues should, well, this cause an issue. Let's do a simple enchantment. Do you know the light spell? Yes, cantrip?
Yes.
Let's see if we can do so with this dagger.
So what kind of dagger do you have? Is it just a regular dagger, or is it like +1 or what?
So it's just a regular dagger.
You see as Eleanor tries to weave the light spell in with some of your help, but the dagger actually, the blade cracks but doesn't shatter.
It seems that the blade itself couldn't take it.
Let's see. In that case, Dolan's actually going to take his ebony dagger out. Let's see. This one's of a much higher quality. No. And then he thinks about it. No. I wouldn't want to waste in case it cracks. This is a fine dagger. I shouldn't do such a thing. If we are to place an enchantment on it, at least should be worthy of it, no?
Yes, an item needs to be of at least real decent quality. Above common grade, I think.
One thinks about it.
Anything mass-produced is unlikely to work.
I don't really know if I have anything on me that's not mass produced aside from my light armor. And the enchanted sword that already is enchanted.
If you wish to say that you briefly go over to the cart and retrieve an item from the cart, you could attempt something like that with one of those.
I'll glance at what's in the cart right now.
Technically, I'm still at the tavern, so we can always make something real quick with like what we have.
True.
True. I mean, we'd love to have you.
Well, I mean, yeah, I can. But see, the thing is, like, you're all doing that. I'm like, okay, well, I intended to do that already. I mean, essentially, like, all the theory I already had is essentially being, like, happening from my...
We're learning the theory, and then you can actually do it in practice while we're learning the practice.
So,
if you want to get me, like...
Yeah.
Just do so that way I can do my bad college already.
Yeah.
So, like, have the shopping stuff later.
Yeah, I mean, why don't we just do that?
That's easily doable.
Yeah.
So, Galas, you actually can see, as you're making your way to the Bard College, you can just see Eleanor and Delon, like, in the middle of the Bard College, like, square, essentially. Just kind of Eleanor with a book and, like, some magic in her hand, Delon holding a dagger.
Is this some new kind of, training practice?
Bardic initiation ritual.
Aha.
See, we wanted to join a fraternity. Well, Delon wanted to join a fraternity, I wanted to join a sorority. But you see, we had to perform a specific experiment.
Ah, I see. Stabbing a book, presume?
Well, luckily, the book survived, but the blade unfortunately not.
Well, the pen is mightier than the sword, of course.
More like the
Precisely.
quality of it. Damn, this wasn't. I think this was a decent dagger. I was skinning animals with this. Don't use no.
The dagger could be mended, I believe.
True.
Hairline crack, but not a full fracture or shatter.
In fact, what do you say, old sport? Why don't we figure this whole enchantment thing together?
Well, what do you have so far?
So, I think we have a fundamental understanding of the practice. It's not that far off. What we need now is just to understand the station. You need a spell weaver, someone who controls spells. And the most optimum moment to imbue something is to imbue it with a spell, a strong sense of a spell. Usually during the forging process, as it is, the higher quality of a forged item, the more likely it's going to take. That's just the most optimal way. But it is entirely possible that an already forged item could have a strong enchantment placed upon it. But the weaker the material, the likelihood that it won't be able to handle the magic. But the stronger the material, the better the quality, it should be able to handle whatever you throw at it. That's the theory, at least. We're starting with basic cantrips, and as you can see, even though this dagger was a fine enough dagger, it's cracked, couldn't handle it.
Well, if it's during the forging process, then give me your dagger.
Alright.
Now, you said you were trying to cast a cantrip on it.
Just something simple.
Now, it might take a while, but... How about I reforge the dagger? In the meantime, either of you can cast a spell on it. Whichever you want. Then, as for the stronger material, let's try something different after that. But I'll say, Dylan, it's good that what's in the book is essential what I came up with on my own, or at least what I wanted to try out. So let's test this out. So I'll take the dagger and essentially reforge it through channel divinity.
Alrighty.
And during that process, Eleanor or Dallin can cast a spell on it.
The best bet is to have Eleanor cast it and DeLon
Yes.
help so she gets advantage. She has +9.
I'll roll Arcana as well.
Now I can, make it a potentially a better dagger, so...
Yeah.
Because, yeah...
DeLon, I
I have
highly
double
recommend help. Oh, that works. So, I'll basically say
Uh-huh.
that you did help, but that's double crit, that's funny.
Well, hold on. So, double proficiency, so... That's a 20.
Alrighty.
Am I getting points to Arcana now?
For natural 20s?
Yeah.
I don't believe you have expertise in it, so yes.
No.
Technically.
Not that, please.
I have been.
Okay.
Desperate for Arcana.
I believe you're already proficient in Arcana, right?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
You're not? Oh, okay.
No. I have not been. No, I'm not proficient in Arcana at all. Arcana's an int stat. I have like 1 modifier of +1.
Alrighty.
Dallin's term.
He's a 12.
Well, no,
He's got like I think a
technically-
12 intelligence. That's
Well,
above
yeah,
average.
but no, you have a +1, you're above average. Like, imagine not having almost a +3, right?
Not everybody
Yeah,
is
but yeah.
is like has 16 in like in Eleanor.
I got 15. Excuse me. Getting there.
Plus
don't
2
wanna-
maybe. Plus 2.
I just don't
almost-
wanna.
almost
I
plus
just don't
3.
wanna spend like actual ace ability scores improvement yet on one of my feats.
But
I have to
alrighty,
wait like
Gildos.
5 levels for the next one.
So you see, as using Gilnos's Forge Cleric abilities, the dagger basically is kind of like is liquidated into, but kept suspended, and then it begins to reforge. Eleanor takes basically some magic in her hands and it begins to apply it to the blade while it's being forged. You assist her with this by applying some of your own magic as well. And you do see the blade seems to the molten blade seems to grow as if it's trying to explode or is having like a volatile like reaction for a moment. But Gilnas, when your channel divinity finishes, you are left with a +1 dagger. However, it's very bright, and it's just kind of hard. It hurts to look at a little bit because it's really bright. I think we did it.
I think, if you want my opinion, I think you overdid it.
It is a little too bright now. Make an excellent light source, though.
Oh yes. It reminds me
Not
of
much-
the scimitar. She does actually draw her scimitar, but the thing is, like, the dagger seems to cast light and double the radius from the scimitar.
See? Now, about the other thing I wanted to try.
Mhm.
Do you have another weapon you might want to separate yourself from?
Hmm.
All I have on me is the scimitar and a dagger.
I have an ebony dagger and, of course, my fine sword that I've had since my Templar training. The one that still has a hairline crack in it.
Well, let's see. If I can, I'll have my warhammer. It's done its course. So I'll say, fine then. I take out my trusty warhammer. And as a test, since we need a sturdier weapon, right?
Yeah.
I'll use my blessing on the forged on it to turn it into a magical weapon. That is for the day.
Nice.
Let's see. Now, try and cast light on it.
Alright then.
Alright. Should I help? Or it might overdo it.
I think I'll help this time since I'm holding the item.
Alright. Okay, no, I didn't help a lot. So
Man.
bad.
Well, it's almost as bad as you, which is like, even with a +8, so.
Do you want me to reroll?
No. I want to keep my inspiration for now. Thank you very much.
I'm asking me, do you want me to reroll?
I mean,
Might be
she
nice not
already
to
has
have one.
I mean, she already has 17 anyway, so I think we'd be fine-ish.
We also have plenty of weapons in the cart that are like +1,
Yeah.
+2.
Exactly. Feel like if cantrip are allowed, I can always cast Mending. I mean, at least it seems within the confines of the colleges as it's allowed. So
Yeah, you haven't gotten in trouble yet.
yeah.
So alrighty, Eleanor does attempt to cast the light spell on this item, though you do see that the blade seems to take. It grows bright. It goes very bright. The warhammer grows very bright, and then you see a crack appear on the warhammer, and the light goes away.
Well, practice makes perfect. So that it didn't. Then let's try again.
Alright.
And bap.
Eleanor's just getting very bad rolls. She's got amazing
roll
modifier.
back.
She's rolling very badly.
She's still
Alright.
rolling like 14s. That's not bad.
True. It's just she's rolling like well below average.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Alrighty. So, you see as it takes again, but the effect only seems to be on, though you can all tell by as Eleanor takes out her scimitar of lighting that it seems to be inferior to the scimitar of lighting, which is nowhere near as bright as the dagger of greater lighting.
I wonder how long that light will take.
You can definitely see the difference between when one is placed during the midst of forgement and when others just being caked upon it.
Eleanor actually snaps her fingers while looking at it.
Uh-huh. Your warhammer won't keep it very long. Most likely it'll be gone by the end of the day.
Yes, because its magical effect will be gone by the day.
Ah, so a temporary boon creates a much weaker effect then. Interesting.
Right. But it seems that to be able to cast a spell on an already made, or rather cast an enchantment on an already made item, it has to be, yes, of higher quality, if not magical. Which is why I wanted you to try out.
I see.
After all, you told me that you cast a spell on the dagger and cracked, and I know that dagger is the plain old one.
It's very smart to eliminate possible variables. Good on you, Gildas.
Thank you.
As you're all kind of gathered around in the square with your weapons and casting some magic, you do hear suddenly you hear tapping behind you. And when you turn around, there is a man standing behind you, tapping his walking cane on the ground a bit impatiently.
I don't believe the names Eleanor and Delon are among my bardic registries.
Ah! Begging your pardon, sir.
Should I register as well? I mean, I've been on the ground for some time now. Nobody's told me anything by registering.
You see him snap his fingers. Ronaldian, of course.
But yes.
Which was the accent? Countryside, mountains, perhaps.
Mountains is correct. The name's Gildas.
It's a bit of treble when you say certain words.
Uh-huh.
Now then, what brings you to my college?
Well, aside from learning your wonderful enchantment skill that we're trying to understand, Sarah Bob and us wanted to ask to see certain information. In fact, Bob wants to meet you personally.
Where's
should
this
be looking
Bob? And as well, please cease casting more magics on the premises. I have not put you on the registry. It is technically illegal castings.
Ah,
You're lucky you've kept it to low-level castings.
Well, we didn't want to cause an issue. My deepest apologies.
It's
I
quite
got a little
alright.
excited.
You are not the first to walk within the halls and get a little overly excited. As such, such minor infractions can easily be forgiven.
Thank you, sir. As for Bob, he is in the looking through the druidic sections. He is a druid as well, and he wishes to meet you.
I see.
And I think you have information about a certain item I wanted to take my curiosity with.
I see.
And incidentally, I wanted to learn an instrument while I was here. Or rather, I'm looking for a teacher.
Well then, perhaps we can discuss this further once we're within the confines of my office. Please, acquire your young Bob, and I will be more than happy to have an audience with him. I was coming out because I had finished up a meeting, and I had sensed magic being casted, but not by members on my registry. When I checked the registry itself, I saw that a book on enchantments had been reserved by an Eleanor and Delon, but you are not members of my classes. I felt the need to investigate.
Yes, sir. You're very punctual for doing so. I'll gather Bob as well, and we'll meet you upstairs.
Yes, thank you. I will see you shortly. He begins walking away, and you hear him muttering, Delon. Suddenly he snaps his fingers, turns around, and points in your direction again. I've got it. Give me one moment to find that cheat sheet.
Fine.
Where it is? It's here somewhere.
Imagine having to wait in line and not like outright skip.
It's under
goodness,
it's under
it's all
handouts.
frickin'
Delon's
invisible.
family tree.
It's all invisible.
Yeah.
Can't see shit.
You
Briefly
can
go to
just
dark
like no, you don't have to like just like drag your mouse across the thing.
I was trying to do so, but I couldn't even land on the text. It was just dragging the thing, so it was like whatever.
Yeah.
I hate dark mode on this thing. It's ugly.
It's easier on the eyes, though.
You're Ambrose's boy.
You know.
Yes, I'm your brother. He spoke highly of you.
I didn't know he spoke of me at all.
Nor would he want you. He's a man of very specific appearances.
That does track.
Yes, Julian was one of the more troublesome students, as he was quite gifted.
Delon coughs into his mouth. The face. It is gifted.
Yes, he is. I say was, as he has not attended the college in some time. He graduated, so it's past tense. I meant no disrespect.
None taken, of course. I'm
But
sure he'd be-
unfortunately, gifted students tend to have a bit of a head on their shoulders.
Yes. From what I've heard, yes, as well.
Unfortunately,
Right.
such a sentiment is very common.
Unfortunately so.
But it's good to finally lay eyes on you. Though perhaps not as I had fully expected, but I had heard of your changes.
Thank you. Yes, getting Sir Bob.
Indeed. I'll see you in about 15 minutes.
Yes, sir.
You see him turn around to begin walking away. You see him twirling his cane a little as he does so. It seems to give off a low ringing as he does so.
Sorry about that. I got so excited with trying to make enchantments, I had forgotten. We're quite on the registry yet.
It's quite alright. I had also forgotten. I whisked away any excitement.
Well, we best get Sir Bob. He was most eager to meet him. I'm gonna head that way.
Eleanor will follow.
I suppose when you do that, will actually register. Just so you know, something doesn't happen that we don't
Might
want
as
to.
well, right?
Right?
I'm
Register
sensing
as
use of
students.
magical energy time.
So as you go to register as students of the Bard College, you do find that sitting at the registry desk is a gnome.
Of course.
A gnomish woman
Hello.
with big glasses, big curly eyebrows, and a tiny pointed hat.
Like old gnomes.
Well,
Gnomes
Gnomes
got
like
big
being
something to
receptionists.
compensate. They like big something to compensate.
No,
The big
they're
age.
thinking she's got a tiny little hat. Tiny pointy
Yeah,
hat.
but she got big glasses.
She can't see well.
That was a problem.
Yeah, I need to reforge her eyes. Give them to me. Bang, bang, bang. Yeah, good as new.
Exactly. And then that will register. So. Good afternoon, good evening, goodbye. No, I'll just walk up to the register. Oh,
Alrighty.
the counter.
Hello.
Good day. I would like to register.
Ah, good. That'll be... how long do you intend to register for?
Quite frankly, I have no idea. I suppose a week.
A week sounds quite easily doable. That should only run you about 1,000 gold per enrollment per individual.
Oh, well, I actually take money from the bank account this time.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing like 3Bs, well, I'm actually. Well, I mean, yeah, yes, well, so that's like I'll take out like 4,000, just for like your sake as well. I'll say, because yeah, I think you only register through the Warforged, right? Not the actual gnome lady. So you're
Yeah,
not
they registered
officially
for an
registered.
appointment. They didn't register for
Yeah.
schooling.
Oh. Could have appointed me to the. Well, yeah, well, I'll say, yeah, I'll just put out like 1,000 then. There you go.
Good.
You see her grab a small wand, give it a little bit of a wiggle, and then tap a crest, as she then hands you a freshly magicalized little pen, which has your name on it.
I've not told her my name yet. I've not
When you
registered.
registered, you wrote your name down.
No, I said I was going to register and I paid the fee. I haven't written down anything. But let's do it, yeah, whatever. Gnomes. They can read mine, you know.
So the pen has your name on it, just says Gildos on it, and it's a small little pin that you could clip on or off to your attire.
That pen will be good for 1 week's worth of studying at the Bard College. Welcome to the Bard College. We hope you have a wonderful time. Please stay out of trouble.
Thank you, I'll try. Well then.
From
back
the
to
Bard
party.
College, all the officials just continue to ask, "Please stay out of trouble." At the Bard
Yeah.
College. It's almost
Why do you
like
have trouble
art
fighting
students
me,
and play
though?
the theater kids are troublemakers or something.
Whenever trouble finds me, though, what do I do? Headmaster, save me. Yeah, let's find Bob. Robert.
Alrighty, Bub. So you went to the library to check up on the druid section.
Yes, the restricted section. No, just kidding.
They do have a handful of books on druids. Most of it seems to be historical.
Okay. All right, let's flip on through it. Mostly, I'm interested in like druid. I don't want to say migrating patterns, but basically like where to find druid.
In a historical sense, make me a history roll for this.
Oh no.
Like a druid migrating patterns.
So, Bub, you crack open one of the old books, and the party just arrives as you're just sitting on top of a stool, the book like on your lap, and you're just looking at it, just sounding out the words. It's using very complicated words. You're like, and you're just thinking to yourself, why can't they just talk like normal people?
Yeah, like mission fission mailed.
See, yeah, he found a book, the only book in the library, but it's in a language you can't fucking read.
Send Frou
Damn.
talk. Bob doesn't talk Frou. Fission mail.
Never forget that.
It's a goblin.
It's a goblin. No, there'd be no reason for it to be a goblin.
Okay, so Bob just look up like he's in a daze, like he's in another world, and go, "What?"
Hello, Bob.
I look. Who is it?
It's Eleanor.
Eleanor. How can you do this?
How can I do
I
what?
point to the book. It's so complicated.
See
and
Eleanor come
wordy.
around the table and kind of look over your shoulder at the book. Oh, I see. It is rather dry and long-winded.
Well, Bob, you said you wanted to meet the headmaster, and he's personally asked to see you.
Oh, really?
Aye.
I just like throw the book. Like, no, it's over.
You just see Eleanor sprint and catch the book. Ah, Bob, you must be careful with such old books. If you toss them around shamelessly, you'll have to pay for them.
That's no good. But anyways.
Eleanor wipes her brow. If I had told him that you would have lost a lot of old knowledge, he would have never listened.
All right, let's go see the headmaster.
Attaboy.
I think I'll just wait for you, like in front of his office. Would be easier.
Mm-hmm. I'll just head upstairs then.
Alrighty. Discord's low. Roll 20's loading very slowly. Hold on.
That's all good.
Are you even doing that? Oh, the door. Meh.
I have a funny idea. Later, we just take, like, we're in the middle of the mines later at your camp, or whenever we have our settlement. We just have like a nice little like post, and then we just stick the dagger in it, and it's just like, oh, it's just a lamp, and now the lamp lights the whole like area. It's just like, yeah, it's like a light bulb basically. 30 squares lighted.
But alright, you
Yeah,
make your
but,
way
like,
over.
Got a light bulb with it. Light bulb. Light bulb.
Light bulb.
Light
Hey,
bulb.
Bob, can we get a light?
Okay.
Okay.
But like we got a light bulb with like the dagger. We have like the campfire for like Ophelia's cloak. Like pretty swooge anyway. But yeah.
Alrighty, so you arrive to the headmaster's office. As you arrive, you find the Warforged nod. He just kind of he just kind of like stands up and his arm extends as he just puts a sticker on you that says "Welcome to the Bard Academy" on all your chests. Just like smack, 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 smack.
Rolling in style.
He then stands up. You see him, his waist pivot as he turns around, his legs walking in basically backwards, but his waist is looking in the other direction. He starts leading you up the hallway.
Cool.
It's clearly a pretty complicated Warforged, but it doesn't seem to have the greatest social skills. It's good at what it does,
Beep boop.
though.
Beep boop.
He leads you up the stairs, which spiral up and up before knocking on the door. You see the door actually glow briefly before it opens on its own. The Warforged just kind of like extends an arm in the doorway's direction. The headmaster will see you now.
Beep boop.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bub doesn't say thank you and just struts in.
There's Bub. Bub's like,
He's working.
That's his job. He doesn't need to get thanks.
He doesn't need thanks for the hard work.
It's like hard
What
work
is
is
this,
next to
America?
nothing.
Don't thank you.
Exactly.
Seriously, yeah.
See, I'm saying thank you on Buz's behalf because he registered, I didn't. So to keep up appearance.
Gotta keep face.
Mm-hmm.
So you walk in and you find that his office is... So he has a lot of potted plants in here, and he has a lot of birds that kind of seem to be hanging around his office.
Bears.
Notably, some of the birds are rather big. He seems to have a thing for birds of prey.
Okay. Interesting. Are they like stuffed up?
No. You think that at first, Bub, but as you get a little closer to see if they are stuffed, you see them bend down to look at you.
Yeah, I might have complained if they were stuffed.
No, they're very much alive. But they stand ramrod straight until one approaches, making one think they might be stuffed at a bad glance.
Yeah, I'm just gonna look at them and be like, hello.
You just hear like a from some of them.
Oh, they don't want to talk to me?
No, they're just
Druids?
squawking at you.
Okay.
You're not their druid.
Alright, well, if they want to be that way.
Hello, friends. Well then, screw you too.
Literally that.
As
Okay.
you try to talk to one of them, and you hear it squawk at you. You see the headmaster kind of turn around from where he's looking out over a window, and he just points in its direction with a finger. Now, be polite. This is Bub. He's come from a very far distance to visit us. Say hi. You actually hear Bub that the one you see the one that you tried to speak to seemed to roll its eyes for a moment, but it does nod and go.
Hi, Bob.
Shit. I should have got a parrot. I'm now regretting that decision.
You have a bat. That you don't
Yeah.
use.
The bat in the shadow realm.
It's not my fault we're so
The bat
good
got
at
Shadow Realm.
refund.
Pam.
Well, no, but why would it be summoned if we're just traveling normally, bro? Like,
You're familiar.
Yeah. Get to know him.
Your bat might have a
Hey.
personality. You never know.
And
You have
find
Freya,
out.
and you're hard to use Freya too.
well, I can only interact with one at a time. I get confused.
Multitasking, Bob. Multitasking.
Well,
It's like,
Bob,
you
all
know,
the best workers know how to multitask.
Maybe the bat can be the demon on your shoulder.
That's actually not a bad idea, honestly. But do you really want Bub to be
Yes.
impressionable like that?
Yes.
You're like, yes.
Yes.
I didn't even get to say what I'm thinking. You're just like, yes. Also, I don't mind that idea. That's actually pretty funny.
Freya is the dumb but sweet and good-hearted one, and then the bat's just like, I got my heart killed. I don't care about nothing no more.
Freya's like, we should help those people, Bub. Meanwhile, the bat, I don't know, what does nature think about those people? What have they done for nature lately, Bub?
Okay,
And then-
I'm summoning my bat familiar now.
and Bub is like, he's got a point, Freya. What has nature done for them lately? What have they done for nature lately?
Yeah, so I'm gonna say, the summoning spell, peer pressure, summonus totalis.
So in an instant, as you cast Find Familiar, you see as your bat materializes in a little swirl before landing on your shoulder.
Cool.
The bat was eaten by the wind of the hawks.
Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me.
It's like a Looney Tune cartoon. He's like, ah!
Yeah, no. See,
You
he's
just
the
see,
running guy
you
of the
see a
tablet
hawk
bat.
flag in the air, the bat flying away as everyone's talking.
Yeah, no, see, like, We're trying to have the bat do something, but every time we get summoned, he get killed. So, right?
That's the gag.
He's
The
just
Looney Tune
Kenny.
gag.
Oh my god, you killed my bat, you bastard!
It's not my fault that my familiar is accident and murder prone.
And then the bat comes back as a superhero. Which he talks into.
Batman.
Comes back as Batman. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
But alrighty. So you see as the headmaster comes around his desk, he keeps a hand on one corner of it, but he nods in your direction. I did not introduce myself earlier. Allow me to do so now. I am Uldric Stormfeather, headmaster of the Bard College. Though, Bob, you might know me as the Druid of the Central Plains.
I'd make a history check, but my brain is short-circuited today.
You could make a nature roll for this one, actually. The reason you were making a history check is you were reading a book.
Man, I have to get up for that, though. I have to get up from my bed to do that. You won't let us roll real dice like a Giga Chad GM.
No, I can't see your rolls, so I don't know you're lying.
I'm not gonna lie.
You're a min-maxer. I highly doubt that.
What? In my other campaign, I never lie on a roll.
Okay, I believe you.
This is not the other campaign. This is this campaign.
Inferior. I like lying on bowling. Hold on, I'm gonna roll a 1 again. No, okay, 15. 17.
17 because you have advantage.
Advantage.
So, the name doesn't really ring a bell, but Druid of the Central Plains does sound familiar. You know that is one of the key positions that some of the Druids of Canes take. You know they seem to take up the cardinal directions on basically a compass. So north, south, east, west, northeast, northwest, southeast, and southwest.
Can the druid from the east be undefeated? Oh, you haven't seen G Gundam, but
I thought it was a Lubu reference for some reason.
no. Well, it probably is.
Alright, here we go. That's a little better. There you go.
Cool.
You can see that he has a cane that he walks everywhere with. It has a few holes kind of like slotted into it. And he's dressed rather fancily, but you can tell at a glance, Bub, that all of his attire is made of very natural fabrics. Like his attire is very old school in make. Nothing is made like it's very fancy, but it's not like expensive, if that makes sense.
Okay, fair enough. And he's the druid of the Central Plane, was it? Okay. Hello, druid of Central Plains. I am Bub, emissary to the Blue Dragon, and Moon Druid of what was the name of the people? I forgot.
Which people specifically?
Which ones?
My drow girlfriend.
Of the Enclave.
Yeah, the Enclave.
You're talking about the Heart of the Forest. You're like a blood brother, basically.
Yeah. Because I don't have a title as a druid yet, so I'd probably use that instead. What was her name? I forgot.
Are you talking about the Head Huntress?
The Headhunters, yeah.
Yeah, the blood huntress.
Lady Aramu, I believe.
Yep.
Aramu.
Druid and brother of the Headhuntresses.
I see. Seems you have traveled very far. What is it that you would like to discuss with me?
Yeah, so Bub pauses for a moment and he says, "First, a question, if I may. I find it strange that a druid, of all people, would be living in such a large city, and that would be the place of his dwelling. Perhaps you can explain this to me."
Gladly. You might consider it quite strange why I'm holed up in this very city. However, this city has been here since Kane's has been here. In a sense, King's Landing is as akin to nature as some of the oldest trees of the realm. Holding myself up in one of the first and longest standing cities in all of our continent's history is almost akin to holding myself up in one of the oldest, most sacred trees. I sit here at a high tower, close to the sky, surrounded by nature. I have trees, I have my birds. I am close to the sky, which is close to nature. Surrounded in an old place, which at this point may as well be nature too.
So Bub scratches his chin and thinks about the Earth Mother and the Earth Father and how they live in a city. And he goes, I never thought about it like that. Thank you for your counsel.
Of course.
He does a kobold bow.
You actually see him briefly bow with a hand at the waist, but he doesn't bow very low, but he does bow back.
Yeah, so Bub says, "First of all, I come to you bringing dire news," and I'm going to fill him in on the big, dark corruption that's coming towards the lands that I saw in a vision. And I'm going to mention that we don't have 100% evidence, but we're like 99% sure it's the Black Dragon that's causing this, or at least it is facilitating the process.
Yes, you heavily feel like it's likely him, but you don't have full confirmation as of yet. But
Okay.
it's a very high probability.
But yeah, I'm going to fill him in on that.
So he nods at that. When you mention the Black Blight, he briefly seems to tap his cane on the ground, listening attentively. Once you stop, he briefly walks over, and you see a wind elemental kind of fly into the room. Inside the wind elemental's chest seems to be a vial of some sort, which he does take from the wind elemental. He holds it in front of him. It seems to have an ichor black substance in it that seems to, almost in like a tendrily fashion, try to attach itself to anything in the room, but the glass of the small little vial is keeping it in there. Does it look something like this?
Yeah, so I'm trying to think. Is this more like nature sense?
Yeah, you can roll nature with advantage.
First of all, I'm gonna I was gonna say activate my fairy. I pressed the fairy button.
Look,
Freya, let's try to investigate this.
Okay, Bub.
And you said nature?
Yep.
Or okay, my perception's actually better than my nature. 27.
Very nice. Your perception's better than your nature. What kind of druid are you?
A normal druid, because perception is wisdom
Good
and
one,
nature is intelligence.
Yeah.
For some stupid reason.
I mean, it makes sense, but it makes me bad.
I know.
Balance. I mean, it's like religion being intelligence when like clerics or like the fucking religion class rely on wisdom. Like,
I know.
Irish intelligence.
I know.
It makes sense, but it's also like, I mean, they have to
When
have
the
a
bard
decent
is better
stat.
at your job than you should be.
Yeah, well,
But alrighty, so 27. So Bub, with Freya's help, the weird Icarus thing in the vial definitely gives off the same feeling as the corruption that you felt up until this point. The strange thing though is that this little part of it in the beaker is very aggressive. It plinks itself against the vial. It seems to try to squeeze itself out of the cap, stuff like that. It seems to want to leave the beaker and go out to anything that it can touch. but it's stuck in there.
Okay, and
with Freya's help, you can also see that there are Fey runes inscribed on the beaker itself, which are also seemingly protective wards.
Interesting. Does it seem more aggressive than the stuff I saw in my visions? Or the stuff we saw in the Drow area?
Nothing was more aggressive than the stuff you saw in your vision. That literally swarmed over the land at rapid fire pace before covering everything.
Okay.
But it is similar, it is aggressive, and it is, like, thick and viscous.
So, Bub's like, yes. I sense that it does feel
It's kind of moving
same.
like venom goo, if you will.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, this seems to be the same energy.
Damn it, Rim. Didn't even see
Hey,
that.
man.
Stay out of my head!
What do you say?
Oh, see, because like he's like, yeah, there's the vial, the black thing that moves it around. So I'm like, yeah, it's just symbiote, and like the jury, it's just Mr. Fantastic.
Oh, dang, dude. That's pretty cool, actually. Not gonna lie. I want to do what Mr. Fantastic can now. Giga Chad.
But yeah, what were you saying though, Bub?
Yeah, so I said it does look similar. And I'm going to mention the story about... oh my gosh. I thought of it and then I forgot it. The druid.
Moonshaper?
That's totally not a Moonshaper. I'm going to tell him the story about how Moonshaper once went against something similar. And how he went to the Feywild and whatnot. I'm gonna like keep away the fact that he's actually a Giga Dragon because I don't know what that's gonna do.
Alrighty. So he listens attentively again, though he puts the vial back inside the wind elemental, which seems to fly out the window again.
Cool.
It's disconcerting this substance is not just within specific places in Kings. It is in other regions as well, outside of my control.
Yeah, so Bub says, I don't think it's something that originates in this. Wait, I don't know what planes are, do I?
No, not really. You've heard a handful of people say other planes, but you haven't really, you don't know what that is.
Okay, Bub's gonna say, it's not coming from here, it's coming from somewhere else.
Do the druids in the north know of this?
Yeah, so Bub's gonna explain. I've been spreading the information to as many people in power as I can, including well, I guess technically they're not druids, they're shamans. Including the shamans in the north. As well as Earth Mother and Earth Father and Uluru.
I see. It's good that you've brought this to my attention. I've been observing it very cautiously. I do not like the sense of this. When it caught upon my hand, it felt wrong, like it was trying to do something to me. Luckily, I managed to stop the process and contain it, but that substance seems to want to get to me again quite quickly. I'm not sure if other brothers and sisters know of the fact that such a substance is infiltrating their lands or not. I take a very proactive measure in keeping Canes clean and pure. But I know that some druids prefer a more relaxed affair. Hands off, they prefer to let nature take its course. I wonder how they are handling such things.
So Bub's gonna say, well, I'm glad you bring that up because the reason that I'm here, other than to tell you about that news, is I want to gather a big druid circle. We need to be prepared for this. All of nature hangs in the balance.
You wish to call upon the circle.
Yeah, so Bub nods emphatically and says, I know that the druids of the land of Canes keep to their own areas, but this is a problem that we all share, and I don't know if I can rely on the various powers. They seem to be, how do I put it, always squabbling with each other. They're not united to the cause of nature like we are.
No, they have not been united in some time. But if you wish to call upon the circle, this feels like a matter of importance. If you call upon the circle, Druid Bob, I believe I will heed the call.
Well, that's the thing. I have been growing in power across my journey, but how do I make the call? I don't know how this works.
Ah. You wish to call the circle, but you do not know the process.
That's right. I am still a druid without a title. Although the time grows nearer to when I'm ready, because that's actually in 2 levels.
You see Uldric just kind of like rub his forehead for a moment. Who instructed you so inefficiently? Well,
Did Bob have a druid teacher, or did he just kind of learn?
you did
It's
have
kind of
one,
implied
but
that-
you also learned on your own, kind of a thing.
It's kind of implied that he just kind of learned on his own.
You did learn a lot on your own via School of Hard Knocks, but you did kind of learn with Earth Mother and Earth Walker, and somebody at the Druid College taught you a little bit too. But most of what you've done, you kind of like done on your own.
Bob has mostly learned on his own. Although I did get some instruction in Asterium. And later from the Earth Mother and the Earth Father.
I see.
Uluru
That's
is
quite
a friend.
impressive. To become a druid mostly upon your own faculties is no small feat. Usually a druid studies under another druid to instruct them properly in the right ways to do things. And so they might take the mantle from their predecessor. But since you seem to have many instructors, allow me to instruct you as well. To call the circle, you must head to a location of druidic import. There is a specific location, one within the Savage Lands. If you head there, there is a circle there, with a stump for every druid. If you go to that central location, and you plant your staff within the ground, channel your magical might into it, and utter the words in Druidic, mind you. I call upon the circle, and then list the reason why in Druidic. You will likely anger and antagonize those who did not want to be called to the circle, but those who would listen will come. However, it is highly advised to make a pilgrimage to each druid so that they know you will call them before you do so randomly. Doing so randomly could become detrimental. Do you follow?
So out of game, where?
A specific circle of stumps, like tree stumps, in the Savage Lands.
In the Savage Lands, okay.
Also,
And we didn't pass by it ever when we were there?
No.
There's no
Okay.
reason, and it's probably like really deep into a certain area. That like
I guess so, yeah. Like, we kind of went in the bottom, like, quadrant of the Savage Lands, if I recall correctly.
Yeah,
You went to
mostly-
like the bottom area and a bit in the
But-
top area.
Did we
it
go
tends
all the
to
way
avoid
north?
middle.
I'm just trying to think.
All the way north led you to the High Elf City. You kind of came in from over here, basically. And you made your way over this way. You did kind of go in the middle a bit to get to the Wood Elf City, and the swampy area was down here where the Drow were. And you went over this way to get to the Temple of Bridget.
Okay.
So you did go a lot over this place, but...
No, technically, yeah, we went like to there, down to there.
Alright, so I just have to go over there and say, you know, to gather the Druid Circle, give my reasoning, and then Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn cutscene plays, and the Lagoose Kings all come together.
Yeah, basically. Also, hey,
that'd actually be really awesome if they were
just
like
as a
the
curiosity,
Kings.
you should probably ask him, since he might know, what are the druids? He probably might know more on who's actually the head druids.
Yeah, well, I was going to ask that next, but I need to know this first, because otherwise it's a moot point.
Correct.
He did tell you to meet the other druids before you call the circle as well.
Yeah, so...
Otherwise, infighting might occur.
I was saying, my allies and I are on a grand journey, and this journey is related to my vision, but in the process, we're going to go all around the Land of Canes. So, Bub will do his best to speak to each and every druid. The issue is, I don't know where they all live.
I understand your frustration. Many druids hold themselves up in different places, and they quite enjoy their secrecy. Myself, I am not quite secret, but I mostly keep myself hidden from common populace. To most, I am the headmaster of the Bard College, but for druids and druidic affairs, I am also the druid of the Central Plains. Some of our kin can be more secretive and less trusting. Let me just see. Who am I aware of and if they are still there?
Allow me to consult the GM notes. Dun dun dun, he takes it out.
You do see him like rub his chin as he takes a small scroll off a shelf, looking at it.
It feels so wrong for a druid to have a bunch of scrolls. It's all about
They're made
my
from
oral tradition.
animal leather, specifically.
Cool. Get wrecked.
That's actually the thing. If everyone else is using like parchment or stuff like that, his ink seems to be coming from berries and stuff, and his scrolls are leather.
That's pretty sweet, actually.
He has a lot of potted plants and greenery in his office as well, and he has just like birds of prey just hanging around and floating in like just in his room. So he points over and he gestures to Glaucaster on a map. If you head to Glaucaster, there is a druid there. I'm on friendly terms with him. He's technically in Reynold, but his home is Glaucaster. He's holed himself up in a very specific mountain peak that is tied to the Reynoldian Wall.
I'm just imagining a big bulky druid on top of a wall, and it abuses me greatly.
Yeah, he's this Udyr.
Okay. Alright.
He's the druid of Glaucaster, but he's technically on top of a Reynoldian mountain. Most of Reynold doesn't know he's there. He would like to keep it that way, and he briefly looks in your direction, Galos.
How does he know Gillis from there?
Galos has an accent.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I imagine
Well, Bub,
so.
why would Bub know that, though?
He wouldn't.
Like, he would not, so... Big deal.
The druid of Reynold and I... When the last time we met, we had a wrestling match. I'm afraid that I may have insulted him. So I'm no longer on good terms with the man. He lives about here. He's under the water, however.
Did he just say he's not a good man?
No, he said he lives under the water, however.
If we go to the Atlantica world, Marshall, do we have to do the sing song?
You have to play a rhythm-based game to progress.
We have to do the quick time event.
You have to do quick time events to progress.
No, we're just like collectively we're like the water level always sucks. Let's just skip it. Okay, but like where under the water does he live?
He pointed specifically to this area here on the map. And
Next
so
to
it's
what
likely off
land?
the coast of there.
Okay. Could you like mark these places, please?
Oh, I have been with blue.
Okay,
on the
good,
map,
good.
Like a teal blue.
Yeah.
The only other one that I'm aware of is the Druids of the Savage Lands. And they live in the Wood Elf City.
Okay. That's not very many. How could there be so few druids? He scratches his chin.
Well, we're not as needed as we used to be.
That
A very
can't be
long
true.
time ago, there used to be a great many more of us. But nowadays, there's clerics and Templars and Paladins galore. Knights abound, and most of the country has been settled. Most of it is safe. The need for druids to work miracles, to inspire the growth of fields, to heal the sick, to mend the wounded, is lesser than it used to be. As such, nature has called for less druids, but we are still here, because we are still needed.
Well, so Bub says, I have a feeling that more druids are going to be needed once again. So, my intention is as we go around finding the druids, Bub will look for people who have the potential to become one with nature.
I see. Well, I wish you luck in that endeavor. Finding those with the aptitude of nature is quite difficult and rare.
We'll see. There are many big cities. There must be some. Especially if nature is under threat, then nature has to fight back.
This we can agree on. He actually rolls up the scroll and puts it back on his shelf, but then he snaps his fingers. Ah, yes, of course. Bub, there is no druid in Asterium.
Really?
None whatsoever.
Alon looks over to Bub. That means you are.
Huh?
You just said it
Bub-
yourself. Those with natural affinity are springing up. Nature wants us to fight back. You came from the Blue Dragon, yes?
Of course.
His college is within Asterium. The Druid of Asterium died 100 years ago.
Yeah, so like it's like ... but like this is never really computed for Bub.
Yeah.
And he just like has like this kind of like he's like really excited but also kind of gobsmacked and overwhelmed with awe.
See, Uldric actually give you a nod. If you are the future Druid of Asterium, and I consider myself quite lucky to be perhaps one of the first to realize it. May we stay on good terms, and not harm each other while wrestling to the extent that one considers the other an insult.
Of course. I can't see. You're not very insulting. He looks up at the birds, even if the birds are kind of unfriendly.
Ah, birds are always unfriendly. You see that his birds look at him in betrayal? Oh, you know it's true.
It is true. Birds are jerks.
Birds are dicks.
Not as bad as like there's certain birds that are worse, like ducks.
Oh, yeah.
Birds are dicks. Like Marshall didn't want me to have a family together, so.
You should try to get one anyway.
Marshall would say no.
There's too many familiars.
I can't keep track.
Besides, I get my celestial next level. So.
Okay, instead of him getting familiar, I'm gonna get another familiar.
You can only have one.
I have awakened.
Double up, baby.
I'll have an awakened familiar.
That's not how that
Oh
works.
my god. Screw it.
Is this all that you wish to request of me, Bob?
I need to go look at the list again. I do have one more question, but I'm just going to double check to make sure I'm not forgetting anything.
Yeah, man.
Are we going to ask him about the Dragonborn's name?
I
Is
believe
he
I
the one who
will.
did that?
I've been wanting to. I'm just letting you talk.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Basically waiting for you to finish.
Yeah, okay. Okay, one last question.
Shoot.
He gives you a nod.
I'm
Gesturing for
tempted
you
to make a
continue.
joke, but I won't. If I'm gonna be the druid of Asterium, then how do I claim the land?
You will need to find a place in Asterium that you consider to be home. That you consider to be filled with natural magics that you wish to be your place of residence as a druid. Then you must plant your staff, which I can see you now have one, into the ground. And you must perform the ritual. Call your natural magics, call to the earth itself. And bind yourself to it. You will be stronger when within this place. And while you are there, this place's natural magics will be emboldened.
Right. I'll think about it.
Now then, I have it here that says that more than just young Bub here wished to ask some things of me. And your good man there mentioned he had some things to request of me as well, as he gestures in your direction, Gildas.
Well, who was to go first, actually?
Yeah, I'll let you go.
Right. Well, as you've already guessed, I am from Ren, though exiled at the moment. But though I am Renoldian, I am from a long-lasting line of Smith. So I come to you because I think you're the only person with information I seek about a particular weapon. Of course, I can probably guess which one it is, but I also believe formula my question, that's all. Let's say, as a Renoldian Smith, I've heard a lot of story. I read a lot of them too. About our very own Ashblade. However, like all stories, you have the myth and what is there in actuality. So I come to you asking, what is the Ashblade?
The Ashblade is a divine weapon of incredible significance, forged beautifully and masterfully for the express purpose of being used against those unjust and wicked in their ways. It was one of the few experiments done while crafting divine weapons that was intended to have been potentially used by more than just specific individuals. As such, Ashblade is one of the few who has had a plethora of wielders, of all shapes, sizes, and backgrounds. Ashblade is incredibly powerful despite being not so picky. This has proved to be rather unfortunate and frustrating for the realm of Canes, as it has been used quickly and explosively throughout its history. It has also been lost and refound on multiple occasions, usually when being refound by someone with a righteous heart and a righteous quest, and it would usually reappear in striking fashion.
I know it had many wielders, but it seems with every new wielders, the Ashblade changes as well.
A bit, yes. It has grown in size or shrunken in size. It has always remained a blade, though the method of the blade has changed. I have read descriptors that it has become a halberd for one, a pike for another, a great sword for one, a short sword for another, a long sword. I recall reading of one who it became a battle-bladed gauntlet, of course. But blades seem to be its motif. At least one blade. There are also many rumors as to why it is called the Ashblade. Some scholars believe it to have been deemed so, as those who have faced its might have been turned to ash by its righteous might. Others deem it that it was forged from the ashes of a fallen kingdom, or perhaps a great tragedy, and from the ashes reborn the blade itself to make such indignities right again. The real reason seems to have been not catalogued. Likely only the smith knew it, and it was, considering smiths themselves, it likely has some ironic naming scheme.
I know that you most likely will not answer this, but I would like to change the question still. What should one expect when near the Ashblade, or even facing it? I've read that spells can be nullified, but I'm not sure if that's the only thing it can do, or if it's just something overblown.
If I may, that sounds like an interest that is not purely academic.
I am a smith whose quest is to make new divine artifacts eventually. The Ash Blade is the closest to me being Ronaldin. So of course, I'd like to understand this one first. And understanding a weapon is also knowing what it's capable of. Though, unfortunately, I doubt I will ever be able to wield it. So my understanding of it will never be complete.
I
No,
see.
will
He seems to think for a moment, drumming his fingers on his desk. What do you intend to do with this information? Outside of potentially have it aid you in crafting divine weapons again. Do you have any untoward intentions?
I do not. If anything, I would hope to be able to assist the current welder if need be.
Or are you lying? If you're being deceptive of any sort, you must make a deception roll, Gildas, and beat a 33.
I mean, I'm not exactly lying. I'm just not seeing the whole thing.
Y'all.
I mean, I can't even beat it like with the natural 20. Well, yeah, no. But
Yeah,
like,
33 is what Doc.
I'm not lying. But I said, yeah, I'm hoping to assist him one day.
He seems to give you a slow nod, though he seems to be. You could tell that he seems to know that you're holding something back, but he's not pressing it. I shall return momentarily. You see him turn towards the window, push it open, and a wind elemental flies into the room. He jumps out of the window, and you see him turn into a wind elemental and fly away.
Well, Bub, how does it feel to be recognized that you are the Druid of Asterium?
It never crossed my mind. I must make preparations.
Congratulations. Hope you'll take good care of the nature of Asterium itself.
Right. Because
You only say that because you live there.
Honestly, when we go back to Asterium, I have to do like an audit or something of all the nature around there. For serious.
You bees only make so many of you. We have enough honey.
No, you bees. Make more bees. I want more honey for my cookies.
Exactly. More honey. More. You rabbits. More rabbits. We need more honey. We need more food. Grass, grow faster.
What are you trying to
Work
say?
harder, everyone.
Oh, well, I was going to do something to that.
God's will be done.
Say, no. Once you're officially stated as the Druid of Asterium, you'll be able to Add that to your introduction.
Mm-mm.
Emissary of the Blue Dragon and Druid of Rasterion.
And Lord
There
of
is a lot of yes.
Yes, you're racking up quite a lot of titles. I recommend
be a
getting
regular noble
a
court.
furred shoulder coat with different colored badges that come off the shoulders, so they can see your different ranks just by looking at you. Eleanor says with like a playful wink.
Also, yeah, kind of wanna know like what the Ashblade does, because the duel, but also at the same time, there's no guarantee he'll use the Ashblade during the duel, so technically I'm not.
All right. Quick question: are you planning to? Is it a non-killing duel?
I mean, of course.
Then he's not going to use the Ashen Blade.
I keep forgetting that clerics can actually use bladed weapons in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but never
And
proficiency.
just having the Ashen Blade out rules out all control. If this is a fight to the death, he's going to use the Ashen Blade. If it's not, he's probably going to not use it. He'll use another a good weapon.
Who has it?
The Lord of
Lord of
Reynolds.
Reynolds.
Well, how are you gonna beat him? We're only level 8, bro.
Dude, I'm not dueling him to beat him.
Leveling
Duel
him
of honor.
to make a point.
Exactly. I'm dueling him out of principle.
Well, he could just freaking kill you, bro. Like, that's the problem.
But he won't.
No, he won't.
Why?
Because he'll do it in the right environment, will basically would bring shame upon him. And the Lord of Reynolds is also a very honor-bound individual. He may be a dick, but that's not his MO.
That's pretty interesting.
With that, like, he's got a fucking level 10 cleric in his country now.
Mhm.
Like, hey, where's that? Because I'm a dick. No, Nebulum would kill them.
Yeah, Nebulum, if it was a duel, quote unquote, that was a non-lethal duel, they'd push the envelope of what constitutes as non-lethal. What? He'll live. What? We have a cleric right here. He's bleeding out, but it's fine. Come, heal.
What's an armor 2, really?
It could be reattached. Just like in the Nebulese courts. But alrighty.
Prosthetic arm, would you like it to be silver?
I'll send some money to cover the damages.
Simple in copper. Should be plenty enough for your pieces.
A copper arm should suffice for you.
Yeah. Back on track.
But alrighty, as the party is standing in the office, Eleanor's kind of looking around at the birds and all that. She seems to approach one of the shelves, but the one bird lands right in front of her, squawks at her, and Bub, you know that it basically said, "Back off, hussy!"
That's funny.
Eleanor just kind of like takes a step back. I apologize, I just wish to get a better look.
Does Bob know what a hussy is?
I don't know, does he?
Isn't
Well,
that
does
an
he know
animal?
many
question.
things, but does he know what that is?
Isn't that an animal?
That is something I don't have the answer to.
Yeah. So Bob's
So
gonna
we
be
say-
like, she's an elf.
That's what we say. We look with your eyes, not your hand.
Hussy is not
Birds
a
on
name.
Thought Patrol this evening.
No.
Well, are you a thought, Bub?
A what?
Alright,
Fuck's sake.
alright, come on.
I'm sorry. I'm trying not to laugh too hard at this stupid shit, you know. That one got me right there. Cause Evan's like, what? That's the thing that made me laugh. Well, alrighty. As you're waiting around a little more, eventually you see the window opens again. A bird walks in, hops on the windowsill, hops onto the desk, and then jumps in the air, and the headmaster reappears. Sorry for the wait. I had to get permission to take a certain scroll. Now then. He gestures you closer to him, Gildos.
I do so.
You see as he, with a hand, you see the plants in the room raise up and basically block the rest of the party's sight from the desk, keeping him basically isolated with Gildos. No offense, but this is private information that only I'm allowing him to see for now. I completely understand. It is a divine artifact. So he opens the scroll on his desk in front of you, Gildos. It's a very old scroll. You can tell that it clearly came from a very old archive. It's been very carefully maintained. The writing is in very old, like common as well. As he carefully unrolls it, he allows you to take a look at it. It actually gives you a physical, like a famous physical drawing of the ash blade, as well as you can recognize a Forge Master's personal notes on an artifact just by looking at them. All Forge Masters have different shorthand, but the thing about Forge Masters with shorthands is that one can kind of recognize ones from another, kind of a thing. May not know whose it is or what they're all saying, but a Forge Master knows shorthand of a Forge Master when they see it, kind of a thing.
Oh. Boop. 16.
Alrighty. So with the 16, you begin to notice that whoever forged this blade, he did leave a crest, but he didn't put a name. He called the ash blade, he seemed to call it Ashen Blade and Ash Blade at the same time, using them interchangeably. And there are notes here that seem to show, at least in Forge Master shorthand, that there was a different concept for the Ash Blade originally. One that seemed to have been a little more destructive, but ultimately it was settled on a more preventive force, strangely enough.
Makes sense.
You notice that one of the most common word that was used on this paper is the word honor. The writer seems to have described it as a blade of honor and integrity. And the blade's effects mirror this. You see Uldric nod as you're looking at it. You can read it better than I was first anticipating.
Like, honestly, he just sees like, you know, when like completely absorbed into something, it's like you don't notice anything's gonna happen outside. It's pretty much it. It's like he's talking, but he's not registering at all.
You see him nod, you do, but don't see him nod, as he just kind of goes quiet and lets you continue reading it. Once you get past like the first few pages of the it's a scroll, but there's several different scrolls here. Once you get past the first one, which seemed to have been the rough outline for what the Forge Master was thinking of, it gets to a more concrete form, and then it gets to the final form. The concrete forms seem to have the idea of their removal of magic. Though you notice there's a note in the corner of a problem with blade nullifying self.
Yes. So it was like, subconsciously just like, no, that's like that remark. Like, let's say Aldrich can probably follow where Gildas is on the scroll just by looking in his eyes, but
Oh yeah, he is.
it's like his passage is like, he just is like a firm nod from Gildas, like, yeah, makes sense.
Once Aldrich sees you finish the scroll, he unrolls the last one, which seems to have been the finished product, where he finally settled on the name Ashblade. Along with the name, with the word honor being used a lot, now the word righteousness and the word unrighteousness is also used. You also begin to notice that the craftsman began to kind of bleed into, like, accent while writing. It's like an old man. It's like also the penmanship's a little sloppy. It's like someone got a lot older by the time they got to this one. If, like, the other penmanships were a lot better, this one seems a little wobbly, as well as with accent, which the other one you could tell had accent, but it was better hidden. It's like, whoever's been doing this kind of just stopped caring about hiding where they're from at a certain point.
So where are they from?
They seem to be from, the accent's strange. It's like really old Rinaldian. It's almost like Locastra, like the way they write and talk, but it's like a cruder version of it.
Could probably compare that to what's in my family book.
Family
record. Well, it's mostly, like this big book Gildas owns, like enough of family records, like so and so married at this time, like
Right.
important events and all.
Gildas, bachelor.
Eventually, as you're looking at it, you do find that you find a passage that you can read pretty clearly. Mostly because it's reading more like Rinaldian than really old common. Ashblade is the blade of honor and integrity, meant to be used with a righteous heart against those of an unrighteous position. As such, those are the only limitations that I have deemed worthy to deem upon the blade, as I want the blade to be used for good, against any evil, and be wielded by any of a good heart. There is also a side note. Potentially, we could create a problem later down the line. I've spent 300 years on this. I don't care anymore.
Yeah, I think it was made by a dwarf. That's for sure.
Eventually, he starts to kind of go into... There's, like, a lot of rambling about, like, the problems he's boiled into with the concept, but he's like, I've been too stubborn to stop. I wanted to create a blade that would nullify magic, but the problem being that it nullified itself, thus creating a zero state. I have finally fixed the problem. The writer then goes on to clarify, while sheathed, the blade is inert. This is the balancing factor for the blade. If the blade is drawn, it is unleashed and will create an aura approximately to be roughly maybe 600 feet. Estimates unknown, haven't tested yet. To create something similar to what some of those pompous mages have described as an anti-magic field. The blade has been imbued with the mighty radiant of the gods themselves, as well as crafted in Dragonfire. This should allow it to be radiant in nature and offer the wielder protection from necrotic energies.
That's the damn necrotic resistance that we were looking for, but yeah, well, it's really about somebody else.
Unintended consequence. The blade seems to have a strange peculiarity that I could not seem to get rid of. Strangely, I found that I could control this problem. I classified it as a boon. I seem to be able to blink to places that I wanted to be. As a wizard friend of mine, former, that's like the former was added like after the fact. Former friend of mine, deemed it very similar to Misty Step, whatever that is. The blade seems to have revealed hidden foes from me. I accidentally drew it while a thief tried to steal the blade from me. He was under the effects of an invisibility spell. I could see him as clear as day. When I struck the man down, I didn't even know he was invisible until I put the blade away. It also seems to have enhanced my senses. I became innately aware of an ant crawling on my doorstep that I couldn't even see with my glasses on. He begins to go on to say that I also have learned that the blade seems to have augmented my strength and abilities. I seem faster, stronger, and a little quicker on my step than an old man the old man in my 600 should be. I grappled a man 300 my junior what's the word? To a surrendering point. That should teach that old whippersnapper. I also seem to have caught myself while falling out of the bath because I had the blade on my hip. Saved myself a trip to the cleric. Further testing seems to show that the blade is guiding my hand when I wield it. It's as if the blade knows how to cut better than myself. A grizzled old war veteran of over 600 years. I'm mildly insulted, or I would be, if I wasn't so damn proud. Then there's a final note. Note, the anti-magic field does not disable the effects of other divine weapons, including itself.
I don't wonder if it was added by this very same person or was like added later. Or someone else.
It does seem to have been added after the fact. It's under a different penmanship for sure.
Yep. Figured.
It's written in Rinaldian, but it's also written in a much more common Rinaldian. So whoever added that note seems to have contributed to the original notes.
Now, as I finish, I'll finally turn to Aldrich and say, "Oh, it seems that second-hand account was most accurate, but I knew divine artifacts were something else, but I think it was to this extent."
They're miraculous items.
They are. And frankly, I have a long, long road ahead of myself.
I wish you luck upon it. And be careful who you tell this information to. While it is not hard to gather the abilities of the Ashblade, part of the allure and the reason why these weapons are used so sparingly is also to keep their abilities more or less known, so that others may not attempt to circumvent them.
Well, you would assume I would say that to anyone. No. See, I was exiled because I heard something I shouldn't. Something that, if anyone else knew, be... let's see. A grave. Losing my word now. We would jeopardize the entire kingdom, in a way. Yet, still remains in my head that no one hears. So, what I've read today will forever stay in my mind, my head, but will not leave my mouth.
Good. You see him begin gently rolling up the scrolls, taking very careful measure to make sure that they're not harmed or wrinkled or anything in any way. He then turns to the rest of the room, and the party, you see that the vines that have blocked your sight slowly pull back into the plants in the room. My apologies, but it was secret.
Yeah. Well, without saying a word, I'll return to the party, but no one can see like smile on Gildas's face.
Hmm.
He's just returning from the toy store.
Hmm.
Now then, does anyone else have any affairs with me? I do not mind a arrangement and meeting taking a certain amount of time. My arrangements in the office do usually take up the majority of my time of the day, such is the problem with being headmaster.
I guess the llama will finally speak up. I unfortunately need to inquire about a few things.
He gives you a nod.
Let me just refresh myself with Red Dragonborn's name. Okay. My first request is a bit strange, but I'm looking for something for permission to look into the archives. Specifically about one Mikhail Minister.
I see. You're not the first to come inquiring after that in the last 6 months.
One raises an eyebrow. Spock eyebrow. Truly.
A expelled student asked to see those archives 6 months ago.
An expelled student?
Yes. I found him meddling and illegally copying archived documents.
One nods. I see. That's very unfortunate.
The alterations have been put back to their proper place, and we have handled the illicitly copied documents.
as much as I'm sure you could. But I do need to see his archives. There's information there that's fairly pertinent. With your permission, of course.
I would need permission from Yolio himself to allow such things.
You actually see Delon, like, click his tongue when he hears that. But he nods. Very well. I accept that.
Well, I am
It's
arranging
understandable.
such a specific request. Is there anything else you would like to request of me?
Yes. I would need the, there was a bard during the Elven and Human War 30 years ago. There was a bard on record in his transcripts and what happened to him being sent into the Savage Lands. I would like to look at those archives.
Yes, those are publicly available. I believe
Excellent.
the last one to have them was Talina. If you can request to see them from her, I'm sure she'll be more than happy to share them with you. She's very exuberant about sharing what she's finding. She believes there might be a anomaly in the story or some such.
Delon nods. I see. Alright.
She's trying
Do
to
you
make
have
it
any-
her
go ahead.
dissertation. I told
Yes,
her
sir.
that's a very bad idea. That writing your essay on that is harder work for yourself than is needed.
I see.
She did not wish to be stafered off from it.
He's eager then. Delon actually gives like a faint smile when he hears that. Eager then. Let's see. Yes, you wouldn't happen to have any information about bell wielding, sword dancing of that like, do you?
I believe we might have something on it, but it's something that we gained during the Elvish to King's Landing War. A trophy of sorts that we acquired and entered into the archive. You actually see Eleanor frown. We deemed it interesting knowledge and wished to archive it for historical purposes. I could retrieve it from the vault if you wish.
If you'd be so kind.
I can make it done.
And this is my last request. Aside from perhaps knowing more about enchantment and learning to study under it, this one's a bit more important. I need access to everything related to killing dragons.
You see him open his mouth and, like, it's the kind of thing where you notice someone kind of, like, put their tongue on their tooth for a moment, like in the back of their mouth, where he's just kind of thinking at that. Why?
Delon looks over to the rest of them. Sebub, your Druid of Mysterium.
Yeah, so he's gonna like nod.
Because Delon actually like looks over and goes, "Can you do the thing with the plants to cover windows and sound
Yes, I
for this
can.
room? I would recommend doing so."
You see him,
it's too hectic.
We're
you see him nod, but and he gestures around the room, and you see the plants that are in the potted plants expand and basically block out the rest of the room.
Because the Black Dragon is coming.
what?
I mean, you know, yes, Evan.
I thought you meant now for a second. I'm like, what?
No.
Not right
Not
now.
Not now. But the Black Dragon means to come back.
Oh
Stop
yeah,
digging your
yeah.
head. Stop digging your head in.
You
I
see
failed my
Aldrich.
history check.
You see Aldrich. He stares you down for a moment, Delon,
Mhm.
before slowly seeming to nod. I have had my suspicions.
He made his first attempt in the Savage Lands not a couple of months ago. Thankfully, the incident was able to be avoided thanks to Sir Gildas calling upon his Lady Bridget. But there was a close call. Lady Uluru can attest to this. The Heart of the Forest was there and felt its presence. We were almost killed for it.
I am none of the most familiar or good of terms with Lady Uluru, as you call her. She thinks that I am overly long-winded and I say a lot too many words that don't matter.
Is she wrong?
You just see him, like, his eyes blink at you for a moment.
Are we not the same? And he says with a smile. Like, it's just, isn't that the truth?
You see him shake his head, but there's like a wry smile on his lips. I would not classify it as such, personally.
From a very simple perspective, she does speak the truth. But regardless of which, the Black Dragon means to come back. He's making his attempts. I need every information I can. King's Landing is the foremost expertise on how to kill dragons. What makes the Black Dragon unique, not just among his brethren, in that he was the most difficult to defeat, the strongest to defeat, he is now risen above that aspect. He is no longer of flesh and scale, he is now of shadow. Requires a completely different metric. But the tactics to defeat dragons, the history of 5,000 years rests in this college, and I need to know as much as I can.
My master, before he perished, he informed me that when I was to take up the mantle, to keep my eyes to the sea. That the beast had flown away, but he felt that the beast was not done with us. I have kept my gaze to the sea. And I have kept my eye on the beast just in case. I know not what he gets up to in his island of ill repute. But even from here, separated from him by an entire another country, I can feel the animosity. It's weak, but it is there.
Aye, and it's growing. So will you aid my request, or is this another thing you wish to seek permission to our great region, Ilios?
See him thinking for a moment before snapping his fingers with a grin. He walks over, opens a drawer, stamps something, and then hands you a paper. I hereby grant Templar in training Delon Asilius Gilame permission to view the Dragon Slaying archives.
Delon gently blinks and very gently takes the paperwork. Thank thee.
You are welcome. Be quick about it.
Yes, sir, I will.
The Warforged down the stairs shall lead you all to the archives if you wish to look at some of the items there that I have already sent a message. Somebody will have moved them from the backs of the archives near the front for you to look at.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
And you, Lady Eleanor, do you have anything to request of me?
Oh no, not really. I've been studying the enchantments, as I'm sure you noticed, and that's all I really wanted to study here. Anything else I could look into, I feel like would be pushing it.
I see. Well then. This conversation has been mostly pleasant. I wish you all a good evening.
So, as we make our way, I'll like whisper to him and say, maybe you could have asked about the island, but too
No.
late.
I don't want to learn about it from King's Landing.
Fair enough.
Way to throw shade to my home country girl.
Eleanor has a complicated relationship with King's Landing. She both loves and hates it. She loves its grandness, she loves its royalty. But as an elf, there's just a few things that her elven pride just won't let her accept.
Exactly. Standing's not great.
Get the fuck out of here.
Eleanor
Get
thinks
the
it's great, but she's
Get the
also
fuck
like,
outta here.
I'm getting in my own way, but I'm okay with that and I'm accepting that. Kind of a thing.
Yeah, it is what it is.
She likes King's Landing a lot. She's not been here many times. She's been here a handful.
Mhm. I could have asked about Sovereign too, but I mean, I pretty much learned everything I'm gonna need to know about Sovereign. You know?
Yeah, there's not too much more that most people would probably be able to inform you on it.
Yeah. Aside from meeting someone who's actually been there, which there aren't many of anymore.
Let's see here. So you make your way down the stairs, and you see the Warforged there. He gives you a little wave, and you see him pivot as his waist turns around, but his legs keep walking if they walk backwards again. And he leads you to like a small hallway. Where you see as a door basically opens, and you see inside an old wizard with a long beard down to the floor, wrinkly, shaky hands, and like spectacles that you can't see his eyes from under the hood. It just kind of waves you in, and you can see like a trolley cart with some books and scrolls on it.
Mm.
His hands are just like constantly in a state of like super large shakiness. When he walks, he practically vibrates. Thon, this is like one of the oldest men you've ever seen in your life. You're always you can't help but feel in your heart that you're just worried he's gonna keel over at any moment.
I do. Talon is genuinely like ready at any moment to catch the poor man.
He doesn't even have a cane. He just vibrates as he walks.
Oh,
his back
God.
hunched.
Oh god. Oh no.
He's got Nicodemus energy.
Oh
We
no.
found a way to call Larry. He can vibrate through walls. Yeah.
I'll gently help him with the books.
Oh, they're already all on
Perfect.
like the cart for you.
Cool. Perfect. Well, I mean, I'll roll for whatever amount of time I need to learn all this crap.
Alrighty, roll me history rolls.
Guidance.
Oh my god.
You're
Actually,
lucky that let Gildas do it. He's the student.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, I can actually cast it legally. At the moment.
Hey, well, so then that'll be a
1,000
19.
gold for a cantrip.
Oh wait, that's Gildas is 16. Hold on.
Yeah, it's 11 plus, I guess, I'll take his 3 rolls. That's like 14.
You do have, I believe, at least one inspiration dice because you slept in a very nice bed.
Yeah, alright, I'll just do it. Why not? This is important.
There we
There
go.
23.
There we go. That's still a
Alrighty.
low roll for him.
So with a 23, let's see here. So, is there anything specific that you want to learn of on how to kill dragons before I start?
No, just tell me everything.
Alrighty.
The
So-
Tarzan montage of I wanna know.
Sounds good. Let's see here. So, some of the first things that you come across are highly recommended to either fight them in the air, using either griffins, hippogriffs, pegasi, or something similar. Another recommendation is to ground the creature so that it cannot use its flight speed to its advantage. Once grounded, dragons are little more than drakes, but they can be dealt with much more appropriately at that point. Another recommendation is bring siege equipment, like catapults, trebuchets, and the like. One recommendation, this comes from a old dragon slayer who died because he got eaten by a dragon, but before that point he had a pretty impressive kill count. He recommends going to the dragon's lair, setting up a bunch of traps, magical like bombs, alchemical bombs, explosives, magical traps, and the like, having a bunch of like having a trap ready, and basically having someone, the man recommends paying a local to run in with like something and then run out. Pay him 1,000 gold for it. He'll probably say yes. And have him basically lead the dragon out of the mouth of its cave, and then kill it as it comes out with your traps that you pre-prepped.
Okay. For taking down the wings, like there's nothing about ascension or anything like that, is there?
No, there's not. There doesn't seem to be a concept in these how to kill dragon pamphlets in books and all that. Taking down the wings, they recommend shooting either a barbed or tasseled apparatus that binds its wing, like basically clipping it so it falls out of the sky. They recommend barbed tassels so that it tears the wing as it wraps around it, so even if it gets it off, it cannot fly with that wing anymore. They also seem to recommend shooting very large spears or ballista at it to pierce either its heart or wings as well, to shoot it out of the air. A well-placed ballista shot can cause the creature to plummet from the air. Notably, most of these gears are things that King's Landing has on keeps and castles.
Right.
But are not the best for moving across front lines.
No, it's basically a pain in the ass.
One recommendation is fight at sea. Dragons tend to need to land at a certain point, or they'll get winded. In the water, most dragons are terrible swimmers. So if you can shoot it into a large body of water or the sea, it has trouble getting out of the water in that instance. It says most, there are sea dragons, supposedly. Or there used to be. Or they've been known before, that sort of a thing.
Yeah.
Another recommendation is use divine artifacts to overcome their resilience to conventional warfare. Another recommendation is use adamantine gear. That's actually a very high recommendation. If you are sending an elite small squad in, arm them with adamantine weaponry. Another recommends, let's see. Another recommends just sending a very large army after one, using the meat shield approach, though this is notably not a King's Landing strategy, but it is one that seems to have been effective. Send a bunch of men to weaken the beast, and then kill the beast while it's weakened. With basically your real force. Let's see here. This one's very, very old. You notice that it's actually got the original writing, which is not in a language you can read. It looks similar to the scrawling on Ophelia's book. And then like a crude translation just below it, which reads, bring orichalcum weapons. They cleave through them like butter.
So for that specific one, I'm going to have, I want to copy that so that I can save that for later. So when I talk with Ophelia, she can properly translate that. So I have a more like a Rosetta Stone 1-to-1.
Sounds good. Make me a let's see. Make me a performance roll to copy that, I'll say.
Okay.
There you go.
I'll assist you, actually. Because now that I have proficiency with performance,
Cool, so
that's
it's
a 21.
One of the other recommendations is, this is written by a Ronaldian, actually. Hit it out of the air with Frelhammer.
Yeah, that'll work. If Frelhammer listens, you just send it back and let her go.
I can follow the logic now, you know.
I mean, yeah, Frelhammer is willing to do its job. Frelhammer is very specific.
This one seems to have been a writing from the Second Age. Pray for a divine miracle.
Well, they done that.
Okay.
The last one is actually written in very strange common. You recognize it as some of the script that you read in the Sovereign book. It's the same kind of weird common.
Then I'll probably read that to Dalan. Saying that.
So Gildas, as you read this to Dalan, it basically says, use winged creatures to chase it, lead it, basically corral the beast into the right location, use cannons on ships to fire it out of the sky, and throw nets on it that are heavily weighted to drown the beast.
That works. Curiously, there's been nothing about magic throughout the book. Well, not counting the divine artifacts.
Yes, all these seem extremely brutish. And this means nothing. It mentions nothing about ascension. Is it that the whole concept is something, unfortunately, we're not accustomed to?
You hear the
Not even
old timer from the corner as he just kind of speaks up. You don't know how he got so close to you, Delon, before you could even say anything or you noticed him. He's been rattling nonstop, for Pete's sake. He's just like right next to you when he speaks up, kind of spooking you.
That's because dragons have magical resistances.
Ah. Yes, I was just getting to that. If that's the case, then it makes defeating it with magical weaponry that much more difficult.
That's why adamantine or calcum's best.
Resistant to those things. But
The old
orichalcum
wizard
has
doesn't
been
seem to
hardened.
have any teeth in his head either. He like licks his gums after he talks.
Overrated.
The unfortunate circumstance is that orichalcum is gone. The adamantine is one of the most rare material out there. Now, I'm not sure, but perhaps might be possible to make an alloy that's as close to orichalcum as possible. The only issue is that what to use as material, and given that, if I even find a way to do that, probably won't be able to do it alone. And thankfully, there's somebody who knows about alchemy. We'll start a group, so
Aye. It's actually something I've been considering. If we could somehow turn, since you can't mine orichalcum or adamantium, why not turn a metal into it?
Find a metal and turn it into orichalcum, you say?
Right. After
It's
all,
a-
well, wasn't alchemy in its basic form just trying to turn materials into gold? Then we stand to reason that possibly you could do that with orichalcum. Although,
It's true, but remember what I said a long time ago. To take, say, copper and turn it into gold, you need so much copper to turn it into just a tiny amount of gold that it's just not worth it. It takes more copper than you get out of the gold to turn it into gold. Same with silver,
Right.
actually. You'd need an incredible amount of resources just to turn it into a small speck of orichalcum. It's theoretically possible, I suppose, but it'd be incredibly taxing, incredibly time-consuming, and incredibly expensive.
don't thankfully we have two mines at our disposal. But I'll think about it some more.
Delon is just still perusing the books until it just finally just like closes it shut. All these thousands of years of history, and the situation we find ourselves in is a new territory. All these techniques they're good, they work, but they won't work against him. You'll see these coming. You'll probably know about these.
Then what we need to do is build upon these, improve them.
Right. That
After
takes
all,
time. That takes
does.
Ben. Coin. I don't know. Do you want me to just do roll for the extra things I came here to learn, or
What
I'll
are the
get
things
out of
were
my
you here to
way.
learn?
Well, the other thing was about Minister.
That's kind of
And
on
the elf-
hold because he needs to stick to the region about
Right,
it.
that's right. And I guess the other thing is the spell. I asked about the spell slinger thing. So. might as
That
well-
is actually here on the card as well.
Yeah, I might as well learn
Uh-huh.
that. I mean, I can't really learn that much else against killing dragons, you know.
Let's learn.
So I guess we'll look at this now.
Alright. Roll history.
Okay.
Very nice.
24.
So as you look at the small, it's a very small scroll. It's actually more like a small little handbook. It's a very old leather-bound handbook with hand-painted diagrams. Delon, you recognize these as sword forms. Like how one would position their body for combat, but it's very strange and interesting the way spell blades work. They never use a blade in a way that ever leaves them open. They're defensive fighters.
Vicinity.
For instance, one recommends if you slash with one hand to cast shield upon yourself with the other. Another recommends that if one is to attack you, to prepare hellish rebuke. One recommends for repositioning, make a slash misty step or misty step slash disengage.
So, Delon kind of perused through the book, reading as much as you can, looking it through. he starts to kind of get a concept. I'm assuming he's getting a concept of like, the fighting style and how it's utilized.
Yes. You begin to realize that they are environmental, defensive, fighters who basically use utility spells to make anyone but them have a hard time. They like to create distance, then hit you from a distance, and if you get close, to make it more to punish you for getting close. They're always adapting to the opponent's strategy. They're not the type who attack first.
So DeLon will kind of look up to Eleanor. It's like, this is a good read. It's good diagrams, good pictures. I think there's an excellent foundation for me to teach you how to utilize spell slinging.
I'm just not quite happy with how it was acquired, that's all.
Juan kind of glances at her. Lady Eleanor, are you pouting?
I am not pouting. I am glaring.
Glaring? But your cheeks are puffed.
No, they are not. I am frowning.
I'll just cast Mage Hand on the cheeks and like flick her. Oh, they puffed.
Gilda, stop it.
You see her cast Mage Hand and flick you in the ear.
Well, I continue flicking her. See? You're angry.
Of course I'm angry. This is a trophy of war, wrongly acquired and put into a vault.
And... yeah, I'll let you go ahead.
Well, regardless of how it was acquired, placed in a vault, it's safe from harm, cannot be spoiled or anything.
And no doubt, they took something of ours as well. You think your people did not do the same?
Considering we were constantly on the retreating side. Yes, the forest expanded a bit, but we were losing that war.
Golan nods. Ah, there it is. That's your issue. This isn't about this. Yes, it's about the acquiring method. You're still angry about it. About a war you didn't fight in.
No, that would be foolish. I was but a girl.
And I was but a child. And yet I wish to understand it. I wish to understand why it was engaged. Nobody speaks happily about this engagement. No one's happy about what happened. We spoke to Prince Verundor. He was livid. He lived through it. And he was unhappy about it. I felt his pain. Even a fraction of it. And it filled me with no joy. But this, and he holds up the book, this is a pocket of knowledge acquired. And best not to now be able to use in your hands. It is now being returned into an elven hands and can be used properly. Instead of sitting in a dusty vault, it can be utilized for its proper use. Is that not what knowledge is supposed to be used for? For a better
They
game?
won't mind me taking it with me when we leave.
That's up to them, not me.
I highly doubt they'd accept such a thing.
You know what? How about when the two countries have their negotiation? You bring this to the table.
What, my squabble over a small book? It's hardly important
Yes.
enough to bring up at a political negotiation that is about bringing the peace.
I
of
don't
two
care,
countries.
just do it. When we get there, you put forward your grievances and see whether they'll be willing to restitute it or not. Then, the book will be in its proper place. That would be at least a one step toward, things being right. Like a bit of words.
Delon nods. To even sweeten the deal, remember, Izuka, do you remember when we were in the Feywilds? That troop of King's Landing men that are dead inside there? I made a promise to them to rescue them, to bring their bodies home.
Right.
Why not ask for a similar exchange?
I don't wish to take advantage of that. It's immoral.
You're not taking advantage of that. I mean, we were the one who told you to do that. Well, think about it. We're still a ways away. I mean, I haven't even talked to the shaman yet.
Mm.
Let's
You just
say,
see Eleanor cross her arms under her chest and just frown a bit. It has the unintended consequence of making her chest more pronounced, but she doesn't seem to care.
Mm-hmm.
This time she's actually visibly pouting.
Delon actually at this point is going to go, okay, if that's what you wanted. Delon takes out a small book and just begins copying. Literally copying image from image, putting his pen and letting it copy every last detail as he starts describing it, copying this ancient book so he has one himself.
Roll performance.
Yeah, he's like, okay, that's what you want to be.
the princess is showing.
Your
Yeah, it
princess
is.
is showing. So it takes you some time, but you do eventually get like a copy down. Just takes a while.
Mm-hmm. He's
Just
fine with
because
that.
the diagrams on the book are actually very well detailed, so it takes you a while to get the
Okay.
details right.
So Delon, once he's copied, one for one, copied the book, he puts it.
It does help
so
that
he
it's
can-
very short. It's like 10 pages.
Yeah. So he copies it word for word, puts it in his, gently places the original copy back on the cart, and he actually walks over and he's gonna sit in front of Eleanor. There. Now we have a copy of ours.
You just see her like look away. She doesn't really say much.
But Daran was made in King's Landing, so it still doesn't count.
I didn't say that. So she whips around to look at you, Gildas.
You were thinking it.
I was thinking that it's not the original. The original's still here. I appreciate the effort, though.
Yeah.
Delon takes out the copy and he hands it to her. Do you
Eleanor
want me
gives
to
it,
teach
like,
you?
looks at it at the corner of her eye for a moment, and seems to slowly take it.
Delon then gently touches her hand. Do you want me to teach you?
I would appreciate assistance, yes.
Eleanor, look me in the eye.
You see
Do
her sigh.
you want me to teach you?
Eleanor takes the book, holds it kind of like in both hands, turns around fully, looks you dead in the eyes, and just says, "Yes."
Delon nods, standing up, meeting her. Is he meeting her on the same? Looking her straight in the eye. Then I will teach you. In this business, I will bring up when I speak on the behalf of my people. Trust me. You think you're the only one unhappy that certain knowledge is ill-gotten gains? No. But we are men of action. I am at least. And I will try and make my attempt to improve upon it.
And I appreciate that.
Maybe sound like you mean it this time?
I do mean it. I still just don't feel like my personal grievance is worthwhile bringing up at a political meeting. It's a personal hang-up, it's not political. Shouldn't distract from more important matters.
Then just don't bring it up. Leave it at that.
Indeed. As your personal hang-ups, Gildas, and mine, they don't seem to matter.
They matter to you all. Just don't matter on a world scale, that's all. Neither do mine, nor Bub's. It's a personal interest. They shouldn't matter to the world, they should matter to us.
That is where we fundamentally disagree.
Right. I mean, what happens when we matter to the world so that our personal grievance thereby matter to the world?
Eleanor visibly blinks.
I mean, look, we're already halfway there anyway. Your name carries some weight. I have done enough that from my lady, I know that new followers have been propping up here and there, not just in the land of monsters, but around the land of kings.
Aye. And
And-
Dawn nods with that.
And Dalan is most likely, outside of Darius, the most active boy dragonborn around this part. So naturally, we matter. And Bob just has become the druid of Asteria, too. So to say that we do not matter, or personal grievances don't matter, is
A misnomer at best, and a lie at
Right.
worst.
right. So perhaps you may think like that at the moment, but when I told you to bring it up, I just didn't say that just because it was a personal grievance. It's because you have the power to make things right. At least you're on your way to do so. You,
Dawn nods. He agrees.
and besides, you want your enterprise to be renowned and grow to such an extent that you can be dependent from your parent, I suppose, or whatever it is you want to do. Well, wouldn't something like that be just the thing you need? Make a big move. Slam your fist on the table.
Nothing changes unless we make the attempt to do so. And as an old common tongue once said, as an ode to all of us, we are the music makers. We are the dreamers of dreams. It's as simple as that. Small becomes big, and big becomes grand. It's as simple as that. The small pebble becomes the boulder. You want something to change, then make it so. You want a large enterprise so you can get out of your parents' reach? You're already halfway there. Why not take the extra step? Don't pout. But Delon glances to Gills. I think we've talked the lady to death already.
No, I think she's just giving us the silent treatment. So how about we just leave and well,
Yes.
should be about lunchtime, isn't it?
Indeed. And we'll leave you two marinated. I still need to peruse some of the dragon tomes. There might be something I missed.
I'll see you back
Hey,
at the
if-
tavern.
I need to find me a teacher. Well, a fiddle teacher, but let's see you there.
Bring some good music. You bring a bottle or something to drink while we're at the tavern. I'll make sure something's at least on the table.
You just see Eleanor turn on a heel, like her old high elf self, and walk out of the room.
Well, I'll be doing some shopping anyway, so see what I can find.
Aye. I'll see if I can learn more about this enchantment on my own, as well as look up these dragon tomes. And he said something about Tommy, a young student here who might know about the Elf War. I'll look at it as well. I'll catch up with you both later.
Alright, good luck, and see you later.
You too. Oh, and Gildas.
Mm-hmm.
Delon gives him a wink. Thanks.
I mean, that's what friends are for. Well, it's been nice, you know, having special skills to get some quality time. And you wink as well. I'll be working on enchantments as well, I think. Just on my own time.
Should. And don't forget while you're shopping, find yourself when you find the time, we'll go and get you a nice outfit. You need to look your best for the ball.
About that, actually, I was thinking about doing it the Ronaldian way. You know, I mean,
You mean stumbling through it and eventually finding your way?
no. You know how the Queen used to dress for these events.
Oh, she was beautiful. She wore a beautiful mithril gown. I remember stories of it that my mother wouldn't stop talking about it when I was younger.
Right. And if the Lord Reynolds does show up, I know he'll be there in full battle armor. Whereas I want it to be, well, for me, I want it to be half and half, just like the Queen was. So I think we'll try and come up with a way to incorporate dress and let me thrill some males.
May I help you?
Of course, I'd love to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, yeah, no, I was about to go it myself. It's like I'd love to have you, you know.
Thank you. I may not be the best in many things, but a man wears armor both in and out of combat. And if I can aid you in both endeavors, I'd be more than happy to do my due diligence. By the end, I promise you, you'll be one of the most well-dressed men in an entire event. That you can be assured. And the most unique, you'll be ready for battle, both in and out.
Well, I really wanted to steal the spotlight from the lords, but
Come now.
I do want to be seen.
As you should. You now have your lustrous black hair back, obsidian shine to it, and then you'll be in nice mithril style, nice vest and buttons. Probably 1/3, nice sleeve cuts, good slacks, long, so it wouldn't get in the way in case a honorable duel should occur.
Oh, come now.
Now, I'll come now, you.
A duel would happen that night, it would happen later. It's just well, let's just say a declaration would be made. That's all.
You think he won't challenge you then and there?
There's protocol to it. You know, we're not savages, as other might think.
I meant no disrespect.
I know. I'm just yanking chains.
True, but it's not entirely uncommon for a knight to yell for his squire to get him a weapon in the middle of a bowl. They just move to an adjacent room or outside. Very frowned upon, but has happened. Usually when they're both drunk.
We'll drink in moderation then.
Yes,
Anyway,
for both our sakes.
I do think I still need to make my own badge. with all that happened, I sort of forgot.
Yes, I think representing your people, who you are, would be best. You've come this far. No shame. There's no reason to hide it any longer.
Indeed.
You are Gildas Armand.
Indeed I am. And we hope that that name will stand the test of time.
Oh, I can see it. Sir Gildas Armand, Forge Master. Head forges in both Renauld and the Land of Monsters, and even an exit shop in Gloucester, and opening soon another forge in King's Landing. Possibility of one in Nebula may never happen, but who knows?
No, one in the Savage Land might happen soon, I think.
You'll reforge the Nebulian
I got
society.
connections, you know.
Indeed. And I can just see it now. All these forges up in place, making the highest quality weapons in the land.
Oh, of course, I need to scout out proper blacksmiths. I've not raised them myself, but that's a discussion for another day. Oh, I don't even know what happened 2 years, so I'll just shrug. But now, do need still to find someone eager to teach me the fiddle. Well, according to my lady, it won't be hard, but hey. Maybe Joel took some leave. I don't know how this works. Never been to school. Hey. I was a bit far away for a kid like me. You know, walking 2 days down to the nearest village. I did some class and then go back.
Well, now you've been in multiple schools.
I mean, you should see me when I was a kid. Totally different. That comes later.
I'm sure you had the same twinkle in your eye.
I did. I mean, it's probably the first thing you notice once we get to the pendant, but...
Aye. That and the subtle jabs. So that's a Reynoldian specialty.
It is.
Alright, my friend. Take care. I'll hold the fort here. If you need anything, let me know. I'll try not to stay here more than a day or two.
Well, I'll book my registration for the week, so you'll be seeing me a lot.
Good.
Around here.
I think perhaps I should do the same.
And do be sure to call me once you decide to go to the church.
I will. It's important that we make sure that that place is given the proper treatment it deserves. And hopefully they will be as kind as I remember, and will remember that the Guillemot family has been very kind to the church.
I know it. I wish you best then.
Well.
Then yeah, I'll just walk out and do my little things. Poor Bub, fucking. Oh, did Bub even come with us to the archives? I don't know.
I don't know, actually. I don't think he said he was.
I mean, he said nothing, so, like, not even. I don't get it. Well, then again, like, Evan's probably, like, pooped out right now.
Yeah.
So.
A little bit, I imagine.
That's gonna be the name of my druidic area.
Evan's pooped out.
No, I had to fold my clothes real quick. I'm back.
But
That's fair enough.
So, I think we're gonna wrap it up here now. And next session we can finish up the remaining stuff of that you wanted to do at the Bard Academy and some other things. Now we got the long part out of the way. The rest part should be pretty quick, smooth sailing.
Yeah. It's just a bunch of rolls from there.
Yeah, 10-minute montage. Like,
That sounds like the name of a YouTube channel. Welcome back to 10-minute montage. Go.
yeah. Honestly, that'd be pretty legit, dude.
But alrighty. So as the party is finished up their primary investigations at the Bard College, had some time to both talk as well as had minor arguments about matters of import as well as their import, and agreed to meet up again later in the evening for some winding down time. We're gonna go ahead and leave it off here. Thank you all for tuning in, and hope you have a good one. Bye-bye.